Hey everybody, Ian here with Atkins Nature Aquariums, and we got Lunatic Fringe or Looney Tunes or Chewy, you might know him as. We've got a few different
Hey everybody,
aliases.
Ian here with Atkins Nature Aquariums, and we got Lunatic Fringe or Looney Tunes or Chewy.
I
All right,
can't. I can't hear you.
is that better?
Yes,
All
now
right,
I can hear you.
all right. We were having an
Can you
echo.
hear me?
Yep, I can hear you pretty good, real
Okay.
good.
Yeah. So, Ian, I really admired your way of presenting your aquariums, and and it was like a dramatic part of the show that you featured one of the West riverine African cichlids that come out of the Niger River basin. I thought you did a fabulous job, and I felt that you would when I suggested you to Jess and Chumps to have you on the show. I think you represented the hobby quite well for the amount of information that you know.
Yeah, and I really appreciate it. Definitely had a lot of fun learning about these cool species, and it's not just the cribs or the Pelvicochromis, but it's a lot of the other cichlids too, like the buffalo cichlids and jewel
Well,
cichlids.
there's various different species of and genuses that the West African cichlids come from too. But one particular group of fish seems to be all over Africa, like some sort of relative. Do you know what group of fish those are? Ian?
Sorry, what was that? Someone came in.
I was talking about a specific genus or type, like the family name is quite well known, but all over Africa you find species of this particular cichlid, and it is in the lakes and the rivers. Do you know what genus I'm talking about?
No, I don't actually. I've never heard of a fish of the ones that go in between the rift lakes and the rivers.
The genus Tilapia has got large relatives all over Africa.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of different collectors.
So the Paratilapia is a very close relative, like the Paratilapia bleakeri or pollini. Like
Yep.
it's both the same species, okay?
Yeah.
But it's the representative in Madagascar. The Tilapia mariae, which I owned as a kid, is the representative from West Africa.
So I have the rainbow cichlid in here, and their sign is hero tilapia. Multi.
And this is where science gets a little bit deceiving. Herotilapia is actually a Central American cichlid. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yes. Yeah, it's just from Central America.
Yeah.
I learned that growing up. I went, oh, this could be African. No, it's Central American.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
okay.
is. I knew they were an American cichlid,
Yeah,
but I wasn't sure if they were either central or south because I've heard both.
but are they related to the true tilapia? That is kind of a question I've always had, and I've never asked the right person the question to find out because it involves Latin and it involves how ichthyologists think. So it's one of those questions that looms in the back of my mind. Meanwhile, you've got a beautiful tilapia in Lake Tanganyika that is the bluest tilapia. A very pretty fish, very expensive fish because it's endangered, and it's just beautiful. And the reason why that fish is endangered is because of overfishing
Hmm.
by natives. That is their kind of native food there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
that one's not on the hobby. That one's on the food market, but much more different than introducing the Nile perch into Lake Victoria. At
Yeah.
least it's like an endemic species.
Yeah, I heard that's causing a big problem.
Yeah.
And yes, this is a moonlight gourami. He was dropped off at the fish store I work at, and so I was like, oh man, he is cool, and he's a great size, and he's still got some growing to do. But yeah, that's a moonlight.
That is another area of study that involves softer water in a lot of different species, and that's the gourami family. The licorice gourami is one of them that I can think of.
Yep, the licorice, and I think they have one called the chocolate gourami. I think they're
Yeah.
the same, and I think there's even the semi gourami.
There
But
are quite a few gouramis which are related to snakeheads again.
yeah, they're they're crazy how they're kind of the same. I mean, they're just micro predators.
Yes, yes, you
Mhm.
know,
Low acidic water,
yeah.
and it needs to
But
be for the gouramis. Gouramis like it warm.
the pH of and the water chemistry of the various different rivers vary over in Asia too. Okay, like water varies in water chemistry. You see, my water might be a little bit different than your water down in Portland.
Yeah,
Okay, my my water comes out of the Columbia River, which feeds into Portland.
yep,
Okay, I don't know where Portland gets their water from, but my water comes out of my tap at 7.2 pH. Kind of low on the TDS, like uh, the placos do well. I have to add minerals for guppies. I have to add dolomite.
yep.
If
Same with the
I,
gup here, because I told you my tap is 6.0, and our
yeah,
guppies do not like it. So
no, they don't.
I put crushed coral in there, and I put Wonder Shell.
Well,
And
I was the kind of guy that had the breeding setup for guppies, the bare bottom breeder type of setup.
yeah,
The type that I'm talking about, like a guy like Doug Gray or Stephen Portler.
yeah, yeah, or like Dean. Dean does a lot of bare bottom,
Yes.
and we did try to do bare bottom, but I found that I was having trouble with the bio load with
Uh,
that many in there. So I decided to add
yes.
a little bit of gravel and lava rock to the bottom of the tank, and that seemed to help
You're
get
not
more
you're not
water.
being species specific as a breeder though. You are
No,
keeping like the community tank, which I would heavily do what you are doing. But when you are breeding long fin fish, there is bacteria in all biolodes. some
Yep.
good and some bad. And like a lot of the guppy breeders don't like to deal with the bad bacteria because it actually eats away at the guppy's fins.
Yep. We've had that problem before.
Yeah.
Yeah, guppies are, everyone says that they're a hardy fish, but I'm struggling with them in my soft water.
Well, let's put it to you this way. If you had a strain that did well in soft water, which I know of one, it's in the fish fam, I'm wondering if he would sell you some because he has pink guppies that were bred in soft water. He couldn't get them to breed in Alabama hard water, so he put them out in the pond, and that's where they multiplied like crazy due to all the rainwater. Right?
Right. That makes sense. My ponds outside I don't top them off with the hose or anything. I just let them go with the rain and it's soft.
Most of your Asian strains will do better in softer water. The American strains are built on, shall we say, the importance of minerals in the water.
Yeah, like the ones in Florida, they're all limestone ponds.
Yes, like the ones in Detroit, Michigan with IFGA breeders, or the ones in Florida like Stephen Cordner. Beautiful guppies, but they do well in harder water. A lot of those strains do. There are a few exceptions, such as the German pastel guppy, which was developed in Germany, and Germany has softer water than North America.
Your days, mate. You want to keep that in mind.
That's how the reef tank's doing. So have you ever tried salt?
Ah, that is interesting to know about the bleaker eye. Thank you, Alexander. So, a bleaker eye has never actually ever been in the hobby,
Hmm.
according to Dr. Paul Loisel. That is an interesting factor.
Hmm. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Can I have my letter? I gave you a letter.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I gave it to you.
It's right there, man. On your speaker there.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
That means no papers.
Yeah. I know. Sorry about the interruption.
That's all right, man.
So,
Thanks for
any
being
other
here.
fishing goals for you, Ian, besides cichlids? Are you interested in soft water throughout the world or specific areas?
I really do like the Danios, the Rasboras, and I also really, really like the Roms. I have a couple of them. I'm not breeding any because I want to do specific breeding setups for them.
Right.
But the dwarf gouramis, the true dwarfs, not these hybrid ones that are crazy colors, like the honey gourami. I had a wild caught pair of honey gouramis when I first started. That was like my first tropical fish getting in the hobby.
Right.
And I kept them alone for a while, just keeping them. And they were super fascinating to me. The male and the female would embrace each other, similar to how a snakehead or betas will, and they'll build a bubble nest and gather their eggs and put them in the nest. But I never was able to successfully raise them or get any fry from them.
You know, there's an interesting type of subject right there. The bubble nest or the mouse brooder.
Yeah, the bubble nest is pretty cool. I like that. And betas are another world that my girlfriend wants to get into. She really wants to get into breeding betas.
The reason why I brought up the bubble nest or the mouse brooder is there's various different species of bettas that are mouth brooders. There are
Yeah.
various different species of gouramis that are mouth brooders.
Oh, really?
Various different species of channa that are mouth brooders.
That is very
All of the families have got representatives of both bubble nests or mouth brooders. Unfortunately, it is the larger snakeheads that are the mouth brooders, and the smaller ones tend to be bubble nest builders because they're found in ponds and that type of area outside of like the river area, right?
slow moving water.
They like the slower moving water of various different tributaries of the various different river systems in India and throughout Asia.
Yeah. And they'll
Yeah.
go up shallow too.
Yeah.
Get to the calm spots.
And the group is a very fascinating study. You know, uh, there are a few old vets that have actually kept channa species. Chris Biggs has kept them in his early days. And he's like a sickly guy. Okay? So
Yeah.
he's like one of the Canadian representatives for cichlids. So he started the Canadian Cichlid Club, him and another guy.
Yeah, I love Chris Biggs.
Yeah.
I started watching him last year, and immediately when I saw like all these cichlid rooms and these photos that he's taken of all these different cichlids, or maybe he didn't take them, but he showed them. I was like,
Yeah.
wow, this guy has some really cool stuff that I've never heard of or seen before, and he
Well,
makes it funny and educational.
well, he's been around in the hobby for a long time. He's a younger guy than me, but he's been around for a long, long time. Like there are a lot of very knowledgeable Canadian guys in the hobby. Look at Oliver Lucanus for one.
Yep, Oliver. So is it Lucanus or Lucanus?
I pronounce it Lucanus.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he's another cool one. I've done a little bit of research on him because of the Enigma Tachromis. Um,
He is the Dan's Fish of Canada for the pet stores.
yeah,
He can locate the fish. He doesn't do like the individual selling. He sends fish to your pet stores.
yeah, he's a wholesale.
He's sort of like an exporter, importer. Okay, when he goes out on a trip, he'll bring a collection back of fish.
Yeah.
That's the type of work that he does. Okay, it's not big, large kind of shipments. Usually, if he's on that way, but he has handled fish from South America, rainforest areas, as well as the Congo and some Asian stuff too.
Yeah, well, he also did a lot of stuff out in the field, in
Yeah,
like
exactly.
different places around the world.
Yes, exactly. So while he's out on these trips, he's collecting fish.
Yeah.
One was the blind lamprey from Congo River. So, and that was in the Cichlid News.
Yeah.
And I never saw that fish until I saw that Cichlid News, and I went, very cool. But you hardly ever hear of that because everybody's off in Rift Valley land.
Yeah, I've never really done a whole lot of research on Rift Lakes or kept them at all because my water compared to theirs is unsuitable and I don't like to chase pH.
And when it comes to hard water, okay, my water was like Rift Valley out of my tap. Add a little bit of salt and you got Lake Malawi. Aquarium salt.
Wow.
Sodium. Here, have some more. You know, like the Rift Valley is almost close to being brackish. There are saltwater lakes in Africa.
Yeah. Wow.
Like we only hear about the 3 lakes. There's 8 other lakes in Kenya alone. What about Tanzania? And then you got all the river systems around there too that have got various different cichlids. Again, not thought of in
Yeah.
Malawi. Everybody wants the latest from Malawi, Tanganyika, or Lake Victoria.
Have you seen those cichlids that Daniken got? Yeah, I think he's calling them like seltzer, soda pop, something, but he keeps them at 92 and the pH is like 9.0.
I believe it. There's some, like the orange chromide is probably the most northern, like we got the Texas cichlid here in North America, but the cichlid family went a little bit into Asia. They're not in Europe, but they went a little bit into Asia. Do you know what cichlid comes out of India?
Oh, I know it. I know it's simple. It's a simple name.
It's a very simple fish. It was in the hobby a lot, but it was a brackish cichlid.
That's right. It was brackish. I'm trying to think of what it's called. I just watched a video on it.
The orange chromide.
Orange chromide. Oh,
Yes. And it's got a strange kind of name to it, too. It begins with an E, the scientific name of that. And it's an interesting little fish that doesn't get the credit it deserves. You know, so much is really a lot about the African Rift Valley. Like, it's a good part to start with because of the fact of water conditions. But I've seen basically all the species that come out of that lake over my time period. I kept fish in that type of water parameter for years. You lose interest.
Right.
Like if all of your fish come out of the same kind of water kind of system, you're looking for rare fish. If you're keeping fish with those kind of parameters. And some of those river systems are very, very interesting for hard and soft water fish in Africa. And then you got Madagascar as well. My favorite rainbow fish comes from Madagascar.
I didn't even know there were rainbow fish in Madagascar.
Yes. Yes. They're not generally known as a true rainbow, but that's where they got classified. It's my favorite fish from that area. It was available in the pet shops. The rest weren't. When I began in this hobby, that was the fish that we saw all the time in the pet shops.
What was it called?
Madagascar rainbow fish.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense because I've heard of that fish. Wow.
Yes. Yes.
But you don't see them anymore. I've heard of them. Madagascar. Of
Yeah.
course, there's a rainbow from Madagascar. Wow. I'm just a little slow on that one.
Well, you asked, I told, but, it's one of these factors of hearing a guy like Dr. Paul Loisel speak. If you ever get to hear him give a talk on Madagascar from the aspect of insects all the way to lemurs, that is your man. Highly, highly entertaining. Like, can you imagine you breed an angelfish, you enter it in the show not expecting to win at all, and you win first place, and your mentor hands you the first place ribbon? Are you not going to be in awe?
That is definitely an awe-inspiring moment.
Yes. Yes.
It gives me a lot of motivation to want to show and breed more fish. Heck yeah.
Yes. And, you know, my angelfish mentors taught me an awful lot about angelfish. I saw the size of angelfish decrease over the years. Wild, beautiful silver angelfish are a treat to behold.
Wow.
In their natural coloration. There are so many various different race populations of the normal common species, let alone ultims. Ultims are beautiful.
They are. And I think you'd be excited about this, but a pair of breeding angels got dropped off at the shop because they were breeding in their tank and they didn't want that.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah. And the boss was like, "Well, I'll give them to you if you want to breed them and raise them. I'll sell them at the shop."
What are they?
They're they're both marble, but heavy black, not a lot of orange or silver.
Just normal dark marble angels. There's like more lighter colored ones, and there's the darker colored ones.
They're dark, like they're heavy black coverage.
Well, some of their young might be a little bit lighter than them.
Yeah, I
Okay,
didn't think of,
marble is like a gene, and then when you add bread, you're adding the koi in them. But the straight marble, the old marble, basically went from light to dark color. But the dark tends to be the dominant gene in breeding.
yeah, I think I've seen those true marbles where there's just silver and black, and it's kind of both 50-50 with the
Yeah,
coloration both, but it's very randomized with blocking and
yeah. They generally come out of the line. Okay, like my silvers would look after their own fry. My marbles I had to artificially hatch. And or if I wanted to keep them, or I would give them to the wholesaler to hatch and go, here, you raise them. I don't care. Okay, that kind of a thing. Because angelfish prices for the novice breeder, it isn't worth it. I kept angels to keep angelfish, not to breed them. But I
right,
didn't mind having the pair.
right. And
But I enjoy watching them spawn to see if they would raise their fry. They never did. I would have to take their eggs out to hatch it. I did it a couple of times, and I told the guy that I was selling my angelfish to, I don't want to raise the fry. It's tank space. I just want a pair of angelfish that'll raise their own fry.
right.
Yeah.
And so why do you think the it's more common in the very domesticated angels compared to wild caught angels, the parent rate?
Well, people have been taking away the eggs from them and hatching them themselves. They don't give them the opportunity to try to be good parents. Aquaballs gives the fish the time to figure it out. That's why the one strain lays and raises their own fry. He's having difficulties with one strain too. Don't get me wrong, but give the parents the opportunity to raise their fry.
Yeah, that's what I want to try to do if I get them and breed them. It's just I don't have a tank for them right now.
Well, my angelfish tank when I was like my silvers. Okay, this was the cool thing. I had a group of lemon tetras, albino lemon tetras, be their ditherfish.
Okay, I
They
like
can
fun.
catch them, but the thing is you get to see the aggression of a pair of angelfish looking after their own fry as they're beating, trying to chase out the ditherfish.
Okay, so like since there's a ditherfish in there, they have something to protect the fry of and make them
Yes,
okay.
yes,
Makes a whole lot of sense.
yes. They are a cichlid. You let the parents figure it out.
Yeah, that's for sure because these right here, they parent raised every single time. First time I had them, and I grew them up from this big.
Mm-hmm.
I bought 6 of them, and then I kept the one pair, and now look at all the little babies. I'm back down to square one.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah. It's the fun of breeding angelfish, right?
and
It's
I'm
one of
glad.
my favorite fish. And my silvers were raised in their own fry, and I was due to the fact I didn't have any entries in the show that year, and I was a junior director. They had me be judge's assistant. Can you imagine being the judge's assistant or like a well-known author, a person that started the American Livebearer Association, who has a degree in botany? Am I not going to ask her a lot of questions?
Well, duh.
Yeah, yeah. And when she saw my pair of silver angelfish, she got it right off the bat. They were defending their young against 5 lemon tetras. Am I going to disturb that for a fish show? No, not on your life. Had they not been raising their fry, I would have entered them in. They were big, beautiful silver veil angelfish from around the 60s. The angelfish have gotten smaller over the decades.
Yeah, I've noticed that because I saw almost full-grown wild-caught ultims,
Yeah.
and I swear the bodies on them were
Wild
this big.
scalars, beautiful. Wild red-shouldered scalars. I can't remember the river system that they're from. They are magnificent as an adult fish. They are superb, like just beautiful. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind genetics, but I also like fish out of the wild.
Yeah, yeah, and I agree with you there. I like having wild-caught fish
Yeah,
because I know that their genetics are probably really good, other
yeah.
than inbreeding, having
Uh,
genetic issues. If I try to breed them,
well, I have been witnessing a few disturbing types of videos out of the wild. And one is my newfound friend in Kenya. In one of the river systems, it is becoming very common sight to see barbs with congenital deformities like a missing backbone that's bent out of shape.
hmm,
Is that due to the lack of predators? Or is that due to the fact that they are becoming inbred? Or are there chemical or other things messing with the genetics of that fish in that river system? There's so many variables there.
there are. There definitely are.
Yeah,
And it could be something else simple like a vitamin deficiency.
yeah. Like that area does see a lot of various different chemicals.
Yeah, I know. I watched that guy and I saw the underwater footage, and it looked like those rivers are pretty polluted with trash and stuff.
Oh, we're talking the old continent where man came from. Like it's not like it hasn't been inhabited like some of the places like in South America where you're only seeing the natives. Mankind came out of Africa.
That is true.
So, you know, you think of some of the most dirtiest river systems. Mankind does not do the damage as mankind as an animal than what he does with the chemicals. We're a biological life form. Fish are used to hippo crap, okay? They can get used to ours pretty easily.
Right.
It's all the various different chemicals that affect our world's waterways, whatever they may be. You know, a lot of oil industry is over there.
Yeah, there is. Definitely.
Like, we don't think about what kind of impact that we do, but we blame we blame a snakehead for our own problems.
I know.
You know, that's like, yeah, okay, yeah. You know, it's one thing sitting back and watching the aquarium world and watching nature.
Yeah, that's the thing. I came from nature into the aquarium. Like
Yeah.
I went from fishing and catching the fish and then wanting to bring them home and replicate where I caught them by
Mm-hmm.
going where I caught them and bringing it to my fish tank.
Mm-hmm. You have some interesting native species of fish in your area too.
Look at that, guys. Rope fish is out. Sorry to interrupt you. But native fish?
Yeah.
I
There's
love native.
sticklebacks around there somewhere. Danny
Oh, yeah.
can,
You have picklebacks.
yeah. You know, I love
And
sticklebacks.
we've got killifish in Oregon too,
Mm-hmm.
down in the south by the California border.
Yeah.
Like,
You
I had
know.
no clue until I looked on our the Oregon Fish and Wildlife website and I looked up all the species that are invasive and that are native.
Mm-hmm.
And to actually talk about it, a lot of sunfish species are invasive here in
Yep.
Oregon. They're not
Yep.
native.
Yep. Just like the pike is to the Columbia River.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Like it is up in northern BC, but its natural range was not the Columbia River. I know that you know that river, or should.
Yeah. I'm right on the river, man.
Mm-hmm.
I caught a 48-inch sturgeon out of that river when I was 8 years old. My dad helped me with it, but hey, I caught that sucker.
Well, I'm right on the river in BC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
in the
awesome.
Kootenay area, and I see what the trail smelter puts into the waterways.
I'll go
Okay.
hop on a boat and go boat up to you.
Yeah. Except for, isn't there a dam between the States and Canada too? A lot of
No,
them are up here. Like all the dams mostly are up here because all of the water flow off of the mountains.
right.
Yeah. Sort of like the same thing that happened to the Xingu River.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Like,
our governor was trying to get another power dam. I think on the Willamette. Not sure.
without a dam, the house I live in would be underwater.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dams are
So
definitely
a big
important.
catastrophe like an earthquake could cause a lot of people to not be here anymore.
Yeah, there's
Right?
definitely two sides to the coin of the
Yeah,
dams and
yeah. Like disasters are a part of history.
right.
Ever heard of Frank Slide?
Frank's Live?
Yes.
I don't think so.
It is a big catastrophe between Alberta. It's more on the Alberta side, but you can see it from BC, where this mountain in native Indian First Tribe people's folklore it was called Turtle Mountain because the mountain moves slowly. White man decided to come along and decided to put a coal mine in it. And between explosions of the coal mine and cold water and freezing up at the top of the mountain, it caused a stress fracture in the mountain, and the mountain caved in, burying the town of Frank.
Oh my God.
Yes. This happened in the early 1900s. Before the Titanic. I think it was around 1903. But it's fascinating, that area. And it's also a great place to have a concert.
So, do you keep anything anymore?
No, I'm not physically able. I have lower spine injuries, a broken hip, bad knee, bad feet. I'm lucky to lift 20 pounds. So, what, a 2-gallon tank? No.
No.
I'd much rather study fish in nature anyhow. I'm sort of like nature boy. Like it's my getaway from the hard rock. Like I lived by Stanley Park in Vancouver, and I would walk around there at nighttime with my girlfriend, and we would walk around Stanley Park after I played, just to get my nerves to calm down.
Right, right. And I think that's still great that you're actively trying to be around nature. Because nature,
Well, it is always around you. It's just, you're limited to, like television or YouTube documentaries to help educate you. And then you try to bring that over to the fish family on your own channel.
right. But I think nature is a great coping mechanism with stress and anxiety.
Well, that's how come I loved like I've been doing videos with Marco for a long time, okay? I love his scuba diving footage because I can't scuba. I can't go underwater. He can. He can take the video for me. I can put on music and narration on it and have a nice little documentary.
Right, right. And I
You
love
know,
those documentaries on Marco's channel.
yeah.
It took me a real long time to figure out that was you doing it.
Yeah. It was me kind of bringing out my side of being Marco's friend. Okay. And then Marco liked my music and we teamed up. And he's teaming me up with some other people.
That's awesome.
Just for the hobby. I'm doing something on cichlids about Malawi cichlids that are endangered. Like I did 2 videos. One featured Marco's footage. The other was the rest of the Creative Commons creators here on YouTube. Okay, I'm going to use your film. That's your film. I don't care about that. I just don't want to use a film that I can't use and not be told about it.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, if I can use your film, hey, I'll help you out. I've done it with Bob Kaler too, and Doug Gray. Guppy guys, right? You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's my focus part of the hobby. Doug's a good friend of mine. We talk music all the time. We send emails back and forth telling each other what we're listening to, right? Generally, our talks are more about music. He specializes in an area where he knows that I've specialized in, and he knows who are my mentors. We bounce ideas off of each other on
Awesome.
his channel, but behind the scenes, we're talking music. He comes over to my channel and goes, "Nice guitar sound." And I only have like $100 Yamaha guitar and a microphone.
And it still sounds great.
Yes. But I have the sound man skills.
Yeah. You've got the skills.
And that is the other side of my life. Like when you study fish since the age that you were like a little boy, and then are told like in grade 12 that you need to have scuba to become a marine biologist and you can't do it.
Dang.
What I went through. Luckily, my locker partner's brother was in a rock band. Hey, I'll learn more about physics. It's my worst science subject. Like my major was chemistry in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have thought it would have been like biology or
No,
geology.
no, it was chemistry because in grade 12 it was water chemistry is what we covered. And I was working in a wholesaler, so I'm learning about water chemistry a lot.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so you're learning that kind of stuff, and you're acing the courses, right? And then you're told that you can't become that in grade 12. Not good.
That's
It
not
is.
right.
It's not a good thing to be telling the student that's
No, you shouldn't
to
be telling
be
you
an
can't do stuff.
ichthyologist ever since grade 7.
Oh, I agree. When you're at that age and you're motivated to actively learn something and be beneficial to the planet, I think teachers should be more accepting instead of just telling them, no, you need this and you need that, or you don't have this, you don't
Yeah,
have that.
yeah. Well, I can't get it. My health condition won't allow it.
Right.
Yeah, it's not the teacher's fault. It's like a factor of life. Doesn't mean I can't study about it though. I
Of
just
course.
can't go underwater. But I have a few friends that go underwater. Marco, for one, he goes underwater in Thailand. I love his footage from Thailand, teaching me about the various different bigger fish that are threats to the reef. Right?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize what fish you can keep in a reef aquarium too. That is a large learning cycle. Triggerfish, for one, are not a good reef dwelling species.
No, because they got like actual teeth and they'll nip on corals, won't they?
Oh, they'll destroy fish too.
Yeah, they'll destroy fish. They've got the teeth for it. And
Yeah.
puffers. Although I love puffers.
And then you get into the other beautiful, like these are extremely beautiful fish, but very difficult fish to keep. Your butterfly fish.
Yeah, butterfly. I don't know that much. I'm just starting to learn about the different saltwater fish.
Oh, are you familiar with the Moorish idol?
The Moorish idol. Yeah, that's the
They're a
like
member of that family as well. Okay.
okay.
Okay, you remember that movie Nemo?
Yep.
Okay, it caused quite a demand on clownfish.
Oh yeah, I imagine that movie wanted a lot of people to start keeping saltwater and those types of fish.
Well, the rest of the characters are like okay, they started doing Dory, and like that was the major fear in the industry at that time was they were not being bred that often in captivity like clownfish were. Like the
Right.
timing caused the boom in clownfish, but it never really took off with Dory. Okay. But Dory is kind of an easy fish to keep. Gill is not an easy fish to keep. Moorish idols are food demanding. Coral polyps
Yeah.
and sponges and
Yep.
all of that is their diet. They are not supposed to be in like your little reef aquariums. They're a visitor. Butterflies are visitors. They hang around the reef for protection. Okay? Generally speaking. But they can cause a lot of damage in an aquarium. That is like a coral aquarium. And so, how do you keep them is a real trippy kind of thing. You got to have the access and keep them away from your precious corals, per se, right? It's like, it's that family that is very difficult to keep because of their diet. Like your
Right.
average marine aquarist can handle that kind of thing.
Right. You got to have like a whole nother system just to grow fast growing polyps. Or
Yes, exactly. You know, and I'm just like a learner in that field because I gave up marine keeping in like grade 12. So I never got back into the saltwater thing. But the one fish, if I ever did get back in, would be the endangered fish known as the Banggai cardinal fish. It's a mouth brooding fish where the male carries the eggs and fry. So you don't have as much of a demand on, let's say, rotifers as you do in clownfish to feed them.
yeah. So like I'm gonna eventually try to keep a mandarin dragonet, but they need a heavily seasoned tank with a lot of biodiversity of copepods and
They are demanding and hard to
yeah.
keep. but it's manageable in comparison to a Moorish Isle or a copper-banded butterfly fish, for example. Beautiful, beautiful, one of my favorites. But knowing what I know now, I know why I lost my copper-banded butterfly fish. Because at the start of marine keeping, it was a lot of guessing in the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the guys who dedicated themselves, like Albert J. Thiel, to the marine hobby, hats off to them, man. You know, it's another side of the aquarium industry that the freshwater people don't see too much of.
Right. So Nathan has a question. He says, "What is the maximum cold temperature for silver dollars can handle?"
I
I
wouldn't
have
take them down very low, man. They come from very hot water. I wouldn't take them down past 68.
So he's in Australia, so he's probably using Celsius. What do you think that would be in Celsius? Like 20 something?
Uh, 18 maybe.
18?
18 times 2 is 36. Add 30, that's 66. 18, 20 in that area to be safe. But I wouldn't want to take them down any lower. Like the river areas, the Xingu River and where that fish comes out of is right on the equator. Like it's in the Amazon, right? It's in Brazil. It's not like it's in Colombia or a more northern Central American country that could see waters dip maybe to 60.
Yeah. And I know that with a lot of Central American species, in order to get them conditioning and breeding, you have to lower the temps down in the winter.
Exactly. In other fish too.
Yep, I've heard about it in snakeheads. And that's just for growing them up to make them thrive.
It happens in your natives here in North America too. The natural cooling of the water system. Like my sticklebacks would build a nest when we were allowed to keep them, like way back in the 60s. Okay, they didn't care then. They do now. But way back in the 60s, I had a tank of sticklebacks in my dad's garage, and it had a heater in it. My dad would not let the garage go below 40 degrees. My sticklebacks would build the nest, but they wouldn't spawn.
Mm.
In the summertime when the garage heated up. You know the type of garage, it gets hot in the summertime, but very cold in the wintertime. So your dad puts in the heater to keep it warm so you can jump in his car every morning. That's the type of thing, right?
So he says he's got his in a 4-foot tank, no heater, out in the back, and temps go down to 9 Celsius.
I'd be watching them.
Yeah, I would try to keep an eye out for them. Because they are, like he says, they're a South American, and I know from experience, South American cichlids don't like it that low.
No.
I've had them crap out and get sick very fast.
Well, it reminds me of a government released film here on YouTube dealing with piranhas being so-called put into a certain river system, and they were wondering if they could survive. They basically chilled down a tank to something like 55 degrees. They didn't want to take it any further because the piranhas looked that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how come up in Canada we can keep all the piranhas we want to.
Yeah, I know. Well, in Oregon we can, but in Washington they can't.
Uh-huh. Any hot water streams in Washington that you know of?
I know there's springs, but I don't know of any streams.
Well, hot water springs and streams would be a good area for a piranha to be found.
But I mean, we've even got hot springs here in Oregon.
Hmm.
I've been to the Bagby Hot Springs in Oregon, and they are hot springs, but they're very little creeks that come up out of the ground.
Have you ever heard of the Banff Hot Springs?
No.
Are you familiar with native fish like the dace?
Yeah.
We had up until around 1900 what I would call a tropical fish known as the Banff long-nosed dace. It inhabited one area in this world and one area only, Banff Hot Springs. The introduction of mosquito fish and guppies caused the demise of that fish.
Oh,
They
no.
they outcompeted the species for food.
So are they fully extinct?
They are fully extinct.
Not even captive bred population?
They were extinct before the hobby hit Alberta.
Yeah.
They were extinct in like 1900. It wasn't until 1950 that the Calgary Aquarium Society started. So I doubt if there was any aquariums around back in 1900. It was somebody purposely bringing them up to fight a big mosquito war that happened that year. Kind of get the picture?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Shoot all the birds so that they don't eat the mosquitoes. And then you bring in an invasive species to eat the mosquito larva. And they eat everything in sight.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Just competition.
Yeah. Yeah. The other big, well-documented invasion of Canada is the mysis shrimp in Okanagan Lake. You can actually buy that type of mysis shrimp in the aquarium hobby.
Yeah.
The government pays at it on both ends, sort of, okay? They're paying for it to be taken out, and they're not taxing that company to get them out of the country as food for the aquarium hobby. Isn't that interesting?
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But it was our crazy government that put them in there in the first place. Oh, they need more food. Let's put in mysis shrimp. Without realizing that the shrimp go down to the very bottom of the lake, and all of the salmon species don't go down that far. Only their fry do. That's where their fry would feed and grow.
Right.
Kind of get the nature of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That,
Yeah.
They're just trying to find a solution with bringing in more invasives.
Yeah. No, they're trying to feed a species of fish to generally overpopulate the lake to keep up with the fishing demand. Is more the topic. Like in the 1960s, that area was like prime fisherman country. It still is to a point. You want to catch a big salmon, go to lake. Like we have landlocked salmon, okay?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. In that lake. I think they're called kokanee, if I remember right.
So do they breed in there?
Yeah.
Wow.
They don't visit the ocean. They don't. They all they do is breed in that lake. No. We interrupted their habitat by that introduction. Mankind did. Our government did. Okay. And then the fish stocks got low, so they figured it out. Oh, we got to get these guys out. Since 1950, there's quite an abundance of nice shrimp in that lake.
So does anything eat the mysis shrimp?
Not in that lake.
I bet they didn't think about that.
Nope. Nothing to prey on it. So they had to go out and hire a company to get rid of it. And they put that out on the market for the public aquariums and the tropical fish hobby. It's a win-win. It's a win-win, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
It's too bad that Florida doesn't have fishing competition and feed the poor with all the invasive edible fish species down there.
Yeah, they are starting to make them actual game fish. So I heard that the clown knife is considered game fish in Florida.
Yep.
So who knows?
The
Maybe
catfish is edible. It's eaten in India and in places in Africa.
Yeah.
Yep.
The plecos, people where they come from, they eat the plecos.
Yep.
You can definitely eat the peacock bass, eat the pacu ribs. I mean, I know it sounds terrible, but it's food.
You
It's just like all the fish that we eat.
You can also eat the mitocichlid population in those river systems too.
Yep, and the tilapia.
Yep.
Everybody already eats tilapia.
Yep.
You can go catch it.
And the snakehead that's in Florida is a very delicious snakehead. It's one of the prime feeding snakeheads in the world.
Right, because didn't they bring them in as a food fish?
Mm-hmm.
And then they got out?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of invasives.
Well, they all congregate down in Florida. Like when the walking catfish got out in the 70s, okay? TFH magazine covered that story. and I'm reading the article to my boss, and he goes, "You will expect a lot more invasive species in Florida. They don't have any biosecurity." Think about that for a second. All of them were outdoor pools.
Yeah.
You're breeding a walking catfish that can walk from pool to pool. You need to fence it up.
Yeah.
It's
Get
a
it
dog.
off.
And it got out during one of the big hurricanes during that time period. I forget which one. And my
Yeah, a lot of
kids went, "Oh, that's just the beginning." He went, "By the time that I'm dead, that they won't even know half of their own native species." And to tell you the truth, he was correct.
Yeah.
You know, how many people really know where the Oscar comes from in Florida or the peacock bass?
Yeah. They just see him as a native now.
Yeah.
But I mean, to the people who know in the hobby,
But it's strange
monopoly,
how the
monopoly in
government,
Florida can do a lot of damage and like a lot of invasives. They just
it's strange how the Florida government kind of like makes a real big deal about the lionfish. Like, don't get me wrong here, okay? But it's like they'll put out a lot of things like hunt it down, eat it. They don't do the same for the freshwater fish that are game fish that have been introduced to that area. What is it? Is this a sort of like fishing derby place? Oh, we got booted.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Had a interruption.
oh, okay. So, are you enjoying our conversation?
I am enjoying our conversation.
Yeah.
A lot. I appreciate all the wisdom you bring in, especially how I like how strong-willed you are and passionate about what you know,
Well,
and how you make sure you try to reach as many people as you can.
yeah. Like a lot of people listen and a lot of people don't. Can I say that?
Yeah,
Like a lot of the streams you'll find. Are we live?
yeah, we're still live.
Oh, okay. You know, you'll find various different types of people that do live streams, right? Some that might have a lot of experience, and some that are growing up in the hobby.
That is true.
Uh, You know, like how long have you been in the hobby?
Um, this month will be going on my third year starting.
Oh, wow. You're doing very
This
well
month will be going on my third year starting.
for a
Oh,
third
wow.
year.
Uh-oh.
You're doing very
This
well
month will be going on my
Oops.
third year starting.
for a
Oh,
third.
wow. All right. Did that fix it?
Say about that.
I think that fixed it. Oh, good.
I had to reopen my browser, like the stream went dead.
Uh-oh.
And I don't know why. But yeah, there's some very, very experienced people on here, like, you know, and some very experienced people that belong to clubs, you know. I love
Yeah,
those.
there's a lot of experienced people in the clubs, and I'm a new member to my local club,
Portland?
but yeah, I've
Yeah.
only been a member since maybe last year, so maybe almost a year I've been in the club, and I got to go to one of the master breeders. I don't know if he's a master breeder, but I think he should be. But I went to one of his houses, and his basement is just chock full of tanks. One
Mhm.
side is monster fish tanks that are like 150s, 180s, 125s, 200s,
The
300s.
piranha guy?
Yeah, the piranha guy. He
Oh,
also
yeah.
has the Toro Stingrays.
Yeah.
And but
My
he
friend in Malaysia breeds black diamonds.
that is
Like,
so black diamonds are beautiful.
yeah, very pricey though.
Oh yeah, they're pricey. I need a
Mhm.
really big tank.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of how the pet industry? Okay, I'm asking you this as a hobbyist and as a pet shop clerk. Okay,
Mhm.
how do you think the best way for the fish hobby to look after monster fish?
I think there's not enough information or people that want to know about monster fish.
I think it should be taken to the wholesale level, and the pet shop owner has got to get to know that the person has got a facility big enough to handle that fish.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea because honestly, I haven't seen any at the store I'm working at so far. Like, I haven't seen any red tail. I haven't seen any tiger shovel nose or pacu. Um, but we or common plecos. I'm glad I haven't seen any baby common plecos. We do get some big ones dropped off, but um, we do get Oscars. I don't think Oscars are considered a monster fish because they only get
Well, it's at kind of like the borderline, okay? Like
yeah.
the average, whereas back in the 70s, generally, his biggest tank was around the 55-gallon mark.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
that's
average.
a lot of people have. They have a 55 and they get these big fish
Mm-hmm.
that are a lot bigger than a 55.
Like my 55 was used for discus and angelfish, fish that can easily fit in a 55-gallon. An Oscar really needs a lot of space.
They do. They're
But
24.
to me, it's like 150 gallons of fish.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, to me, I really want to get a 120, which is 4 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot,
Yeah,
for just one Oscar and maybe a cool pleco. That'd be the
yeah,
minimum for an Oscar
yeah.
because they do get 15 inches eventually. They get up to that 9 inches to 10 inches in their first year of owning
Yeah,
it. It slows
exactly.
down, but they still grow. It doesn't stop ever.
Like there's nothing like watching your boss's pair of Oscars breed in a 300-gallon tank and raise their fry. That was one of the exciting parts of my job was have the Oscars spawn. Because then you have to prepare all of the tanks for their fry. Right? To sell.
Yeah, they have a lot of fry, thousands, hundreds.
Yeah. No. Didn't have to import that many Oscars because of that.
No.
You know, oh. So we brought in a shipment of Oscars because one of the spawns was late in developing. Big deal. Okay. But generally, brown discus and Oscars, my boss bred and sold through the wholesaler. Right?
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. Like you got a master breeder as a boss, right? Oh, okay.
Wow.
But it was advantageous for me because he understood rainwater, he understood soft water. So he took me through like the chemistry of having soft water by using distilled water and all of that sort of stuff. Filtering with peat moss. Tasting that water was a real joy, let me tell you. You know, certain tannins do taste good, other tannins not so much. Like,
Yeah.
tea is used over in Germany as well as by Rachel O'Leary in tannins of her tanks.
Yeah, I've seen people do that.
Coffee has also been used. You know, it's a botanical. You know, it's something that grows on a tree. The nature, you know, like peat moss tastes awful, okay? You don't ever want to taste that water, right? You know, no fish, just peat moss. It's like, ew. You know, it's like, oh God. But it teaches you something about, you know, tasting water. But I wouldn't suggest it if you have got certain species of gouramis that may carry TB. Okay. Like it wouldn't be tasting water out of fish tanks that I know the fish can carry something.
Right. I tasted my saltwater tank when I mixed up the salt
Mm-hmm.
just to make it salty. And I was like, yep, that's saltwater.
Yeah. Yeah. Not good on the old digestion either, I bet, eh?
I mean, I didn't like drink it. I like put my hand or my tip of the finger into the bucket and I just, you know,
I understood what you did, but did it have, you know, like, did your system tell you, no, that's not good?
no, because it was RODI with just salt mix.
Oh,
It was before I put it into the tank.
okay.
So there
Yeah.
was no like bacteria, algae.
Stage, yeah. Yeah. And not with a bunch of coral and that kind of stuff for substrate. So, yeah.
Yeah, no.
But it's still pretty bad. Salt water
Yeah, it could be.
is not a good tasting water at all.
Yeah, I remember I went to the beach one time and I ingested some salt water. I did not feel good that day.
Yeah.
Oh, so I had my thoricochromacin here, my little fry. Well, them little buggers bugged out, and now they're in the tank. There's one of them.
Okay. So how old are they now?
They're almost 3 weeks old.
Oh, okay. They're coming.
This is my second spawn. My first one didn't make it.
Okay.
But
Try and
luckily,
dry.
I have multiple females that hold, so or
Yeah.
I had. Now I'm down to two, a male and a female, because they killed each other.
Yeah.
But
Size of the aquarium probably has a lot to do with that.
yeah, they're definitely getting on the bigger side because
Right.
the males can get up to 6 to 7.
The species is a haplochromide. It is not like a pelviochromis. It is
No,
kind of
yeah,
a
they
vicious type of West African cichlid.
oh yeah, they're vicious,
Yes.
completely different with how they breed. They're a mouth brooding species, not a cave spawning species.
Do you know what river they're from, per se, offhand?
I believe these are from the Congo, from my research.
Okay. I would believe that they are either Congo or the other river system, the Zambezi, because of it flowing out of Lake Victoria. They are close relatives of the haplochromides of Lake Victoria. They are the fish that got out of the lake, per se. Okay? Do you see how evolution sort of went? Okay, it's time to leave here. It's not safe. We'll become a river fish.
Yeah,
Okay? Yeah. That's how they got out. They were like, they decided to migrate up the river system. Because the haplochromides originated, the majority of them originated in Lake Victoria and that area. I had the lake version. I'm not sure of the lake that it is. It's one of the smaller lakes in the Rift Valley of Haplochromis britona. The river. Now, here is the interesting thing about that particular cichlid. In the river, it's green. In the lake, it's blue. Isn't that interesting?
that is very interesting. Maybe you think it's the change of the pH?
I think it has to do with the chemicals, like
Mm.
chemical minerals of the difference between the lake and the river. And it could also be a part of the fish's defensive strategy in protecting itself in the river from catfish. Look green instead of blue. I don't want to be showing up like a bright blue in water. Blue is a very common color that fish see. Okay, a lot of fish are like blue scale, right? And so if you're
Yeah.
shining blue, you don't want to draw attention from a predator. Hence, the angler was green as well. It hid from the cichlids of its original place in its own waterways. It developed a totally different way than the guppy did as well. Okay?
Yeah.
So I kept the blue version. It was kept in my Lake Malawi tank, but it came from a different lake. It was the third species in my big 240 Malawi tank that I owned as a kid. I had three species of cichlids in there. At one time, four, but Melanochromis erratus are, they will take on a fish three times its size and have it backed into a corner. The males are very aggressive but they spawn. And when you have like a big male and a group of females, he wants to spawn all the time and be the tank boss over like 10-inch big predator hounds and have them up against a corner. No, thank you. They got their own 55 really quick.
What? Oh, you still there?
I am.
All right, sorry about that. I always
That's
lose
all right.
connection when I go into my basement to show those tanks. So I think for now on, I just won't go into the basement while I'm streaming.
Yeah. Yeah, Wi-Fi is another thing altogether in live streams too. Like,
Oh yeah, I don't even have Wi-Fi. I'm just running off the 5G on my phone,
yeah.
and I still lose connection in my basement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's like mine, like direct on a computer, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And even then, streaming gets affected in a big way. Like it's really, really hard to, let's say, stream bands that are playing live on video on YouTube. Like a
Right.
lot of it is pre-recorded.
Okay.
You know, it's sort of like doing a show on television. You know, that kind of thing nowadays, where they tape
Yeah.
it, all of that kind of thing. You know,
Yeah. I do.
you know, singing voices, all of that kind of stuff. It's like the entertaining world is interesting even from that aspect alone. You know.
Yeah, because you have a lot of background experience in sound, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do not know anything about sound or video.
I was taught by a guy known as Craig Hutchinson, who was the original sound man of the Guess Who, that produced records out of Lucky Ladyland Studios out of New York.
Oh, wow.
He now works for Neve Consoles that develops touring boards for live shows. Okay, that like you can't computerize everything in live shows. You need a console, so you know, and that company is like top of the line. They specialize in recording and live boards, but the live boards are pretty heavy. Takes a lot of people to move it.
Yeah, I imagine they are.
Yeah.
I've never seen one. I mean, I've seen them on like videos of like things, and they look pretty dang heavy, big.
Yeah. They are big. It usually took 4 guys to lift one of the boards that we toured.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And in some rooms, unless you're like a member of the union, you can't do any physical labor, right? So you're standing around while the union guys are doing your gig, you know. But I didn't go through that. I'm an IATSE member, so you know. But I took advantage of their brute strength, though. You
Oh
know,
heck yeah.
yeah, because that's what they're there to do. So, do you ever get out to the rivers much and try to go native fishing?
All the time.
All-
Natives are what I mean. They're all there is to catch around here. Like the trout. There's lots of cool little darters and gobies and little
That's
dace.
more the topic that I want to hear. I want to hear about the non-food fish that you could particularly keep in an aquarium.
Yeah, and I have kept our I forget what they're called. I just called them a goby, but they were all. I found a bunch of fry schooling around, and I didn't
Right.
know what they were. So I took my net that I use for my aquarium, and I scooped them out, and I was gonna feed them to my bluegill.
Right.
So I put them all in with my bluegill, and I thought he ate them all, but one of them lived, and I kept him till he was full grown, and um, I took him out of the bluegill tank. Well, took the bluegill out once I got a 55 for him. But then I kept the goby with like plecos and cories,
Right.
tetras,
Fish more
and
around size.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the behavior that I got to witness out of that little fish was insane. He
Yeah.
would go into the rocks and just dig everything out and have mouthfuls of gravel and sand and spit them out.
Yeah.
He would chase the cories off that would get too close to his area, and he was a real easy eater. He would eat anything frozen.
I have to look up a particular goby here. There is a family of gobies that are banned from Canada, and each one of their species um, causes major kind of things. And the goby that I'm talking about is the Amur goby of it's native to Japan and China. Okay, it's in the Amur River, which passes through Russia and China. Okay,
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. They're invasive here in Oregon.
and they're Rhinogobius simulus. Okay, so all of those Rhinogobius tend to have the same kind of thing going on. Okay, and the major thing that they hunt down is mussels and clams and freshwater type of food. Okay, so the United States have got this issue with mussels and clams, and I'm waiting for a disaster to happen with those fish. And already that one of the species is causing problems in the Oregon area. They're banned from Canada as well, the whole group.
So, um, that goby that I caught was one of those gobies.
Yeah,
So it's not an actual native, but
no,
I caught him
they
on a
are
little fry.
little fish,
Dude, they
but
are super cool. I mean, he was brown with some stripes on him,
yeah,
but the personality from a 3-inch, 2.5-inch fish was insane.
yeah. So in the Portland area, you would want more of a family member, probably more down south, to try and get, uh, like the waters in Oregon. I don't know how cold they get, okay, but up in Canada, we don't have to worry about the Malaysian part of the family. It's another one of these, oh, we can't keep that because it's a member of the family. sort of like the dwarf snakehead. Sort of get the idea?
I do, and that just irritates me.
Uh,
Because I even tried talking to my shop owner. He was like, "Yeah, all snakeheads are terrible." And I was telling him about the dwarfs and how some of them, if you put them below 68, they're just gonna die.
yeah,
That's just how it is.
yeah,
So it's stupid to ban the whole species as a whole when
yeah,
you don't know the whole family of that fish.
yeah. There's only like about 6 of them that are real predatory, kind of nature busting kind of snakeheads, and you're going off of 2 species in the United States. Oh dear, the whole family are terrorists when it's only
Yeah.
actually 6. The barca will rather swim around with fish and attack all the big mussels in your river system. Like, I understand the aspect of why the whole genus is banned in the United States. Like, some of the Malaysian ones would do very well in Oregon waters.
Yeah. I've heard of people catching snakeheads out
Yeah,
of southern Oregon.
yeah,
So I know that they're a problem, but not all of them. When you do the research on what
right.
these little ones that are coming out of Africa, they won't tolerate 68 below.
Yeah, but they live really well in Florida.
They would do well in Florida, but Florida also gets below 68 in the winter.
Yeah,
So I don't think they would survive a Florida winter, but in the summer times they could be a problem.
well, let's just say that the species of snakehead that is in Florida is from Malaysia. The species of snakehead that is in Virginia is from Russia.
Yep.
You have the Russian snakehead in your waterways.
Yep.
Okay. And it's not as big of a pest that the biologists thought that it would be, but it's still an invasive. It doesn't belong there. It's impacting natural predators of your waterways.
Yeah.
It impact, you know, you add an invasive, it's going to eat their young.
Yep. And it's going to compete the
Yeah,
other big predatory fish for their natural food fish. But yeah, it's also going to destroy their young as well.
yeah. It's going to have an impact on natural fish populations. Every fish does that's introduced, even a guppy.
Yeah.
Like, but guppies are found all over the world, but oh, they're not very invasive, are they? With feral populations all over the world and what it did to the Banff long-nosed dace, yes, it is an invasive species in the right conditions.
Yep.
You know, but that's the difference between having biosecurity and not having biosecurity. Florida, they have all sorts of fish running around their streams that are not natives.
It's not even just the fish, but
Yeah,
birds, snakes, lizards, turtles,
snakes.
rodents.
Yep, piranhas are on the list now.
Arapaima.
Yep, you know. But yeah, it's a fisherman's derby. All of those fish generally are edible.
They are.
Piranha is supposed to be very delicious, actually. but I need a break. My voice is pretty much shot.
Yeah, you take however much you do, you man. You do what you need to do.
Yeah.
Take care of you.
I will be dropping down, but I enjoyed this talk with you because I think that you're going to do very well in your pet shop job.
Thank you, Chewy. I'm having a lot of fun and I'm learning so much just being there for the short time that I have. So I know with the many more years that I want to be in this industry and in this hobby, I'll learn a lot more as time comes. And I really appreciate you coming up, Chewy. Take care of yourself, man, and we'll see you around. Dang, we've almost been going 2 hours. I know, I bet you I'm running over some other people. Yeah, and we had a good crowd in here when we started up. Very good crowd. Yep, no problem, Chewy. I always like chatting with you. You're a great person to talk to. I don't know what it is about your voice, but it's just, I don't know, maybe it's the background in your radio show. It's very pleasing to talk to you. Hey, Travis, going on? All right. So I'm pretty much just out here smoking for a little bit, and then I'll go back inside and we'll go look at some fish tanks. And we'll talk. But yeah, I had a great time talking with Chewy. He always, every time I talk to him, I'm learning something new. But I think I should have if anyone else wants to come up, the link is pinned. So, but yeah, kind of been doing my own thing. You know, I work. This is my last week doing shopping carts, and I'll be working full time at the fish store starting Saturday. So that's going to be real fun, and I'm really excited I get to help people that are new in the hobby, that are just learning the things that I was learning a couple of years ago. And it's exciting to talk to the people that have been in this hobby for way longer than I have, and they're coming over here teaching me things. That's great. Yeah, Nathan. It's always fun with me, man. Love them Yabbies. So, what was going on with T-Bone? I know he lost a beta earlier this week. So, I think there's an Australian breeder. He's like a kid. He's like 17, 19, I don't know. But Keep Fish Simple. He's got a website and he sells a lot of fish in Australia. I think he does betas. I would check him out, T-Bone, if you haven't. But yeah, that kid, for his age, he is doing like a whole farm in this garage space, and it's crazy. He's got it going down. Chalupa is working and lurking. Thanks, man. Alright, I'm finishing this and we'll go inside. Alright. There we go. Put that in. Alright. We got life support. I ain't gonna die. Barbs are awesome. Love my tiger barbs. Although I need more of them, and I know it. They're starting to chase each other a lot. But I'm having trouble finding good sized tiger barbs to put with them. All the ones I'm finding are either this big or this big. So, like, they're super tiny or big. Oh. But man, tiger barbs are awesome. I think if you keep them with the right fish, the right size tank, they're not terrors. Oh wow, T-Bone. Cool, Nathan. Oh, thanks, Travis. These are the wild caught tiger barbs from Dan's Fish.
Hey,
Hey, Nathan, what's up, man?
getting there.
Getting there.
Enjoy some yabbies. Hey, all the one.
Man, those guys are so cool. So can you tell the difference between them at that size right there? Like male and female?
Them ones are around $96. Probably even that one. Simple one.
Yeah, T-Bone, you got a cool tiger barb tank. There's like 40 of them suckers in your tank, I think.
I'm trying to put some more bigger, some smaller ones in a tub for you, so you can see what I mean.
Yeah.
So them ones there are a lot bigger than the ones on the left in the tub.
Wow. A little hard to hear you when you walk away. Dang, 30 tiger barbs? That was close. Yeah, see how they're going after each other? I want to get like 10, and then I'll have 15. And then later on, I'll get like 10 more. Just keep getting a little bit more to get a nice group of them.
So you can see the difference in them sizes.
Oh, those just little babies. Oh, man, they're like the size of the little shrimps we keep.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so adorable. What do they eat at that time?
Compared to something like that. So what do they eat? I'll just go and grab their food for you. So that's what I feed mine. Algae wafers and crab cuisine.
Oh, I love that stuff.
I went silly on this stuff and I went and bought like 30 bags of this.
Is it hard to find?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Very hard to find.
Hey, T-Bone, I'm not telling you to put tiger barbs and rainbow fish together, but it works for me because both the rainbow fish and the tiger barbs are nippy to a point. Like they'll chase each other and they'll nip each other. And they're also pretty food aggressive. So they, they don't really compete too much and they seem to do well with each other. Yeah, that crab cuisine stuff is pretty easy to find here.
This is my food for my fish.
Oh, see, I need to be organized like that.
Crab cuisine. Crab cuisine. Crab cuisine. Pleco wafers. Now that was Aqua Munch fish flakes.
Mm-hmm. Man, you guys get all the cool named foods. Aqua Munch.
Aqua Munch again, sinking food. Sinking food again, Aqua Munch. Another lot of crab cuisine. Another lot of. No, that one's floating. So this is floating pellet of Aqua Munch.
Dang, you're set, dude. You don't have to go to the fish store for food in like a year.
Yeah. Sinking food, Aqua Munch again. And then my algae wafers, this is how I buy them. So that there is 1 kilo.
Hell yeah, dude.
This here, just 1 kilo of this lasts me 6 months.
Shit. How much did that cost?
I got 4 of these, and that was $100.
Holy crap. So that's 2 years of Pleco food for $100.
Yep.
Shit.
Yep. Very organized.
Yeah. Yeah, I got food all over the place wherever I got tanks. I'll buy the big containers and then I'll
Yep.
split them up in little containers
Yep.
and then I'll keep that by my fish tanks for all of them so that I don't have to carry one thing throughout the house. I can just kind of take my time and go through tank by tank and feed them. And some tanks don't take the same things, so.
Well, that's just my refill.
Well, that's your stock.
That's 1 jar for inside. This jar here is full of algae wafers. That's meant to be out the back. And then all up here, so there's floating pellets, shrimp flakes, tropical flake,
Are those sea chem foods?
more flake. Yeah, this is sea chem. Sea chem.
What? I didn't know sea chem made food.
Yeah.
What?
More goldfish flakes. And then in here I've got my fancy guppy food. So that there, including the crab cuisine and the algae wafers, does all the tanks inside.
Cool. Yeah, I
Um,
use this. This isn't what it is, but put my pellets in there.
Yep.
And I feed the 2 tanks out here for the cichlids. And then this is just flake. It's not actually freeze-dried brine.
Yeah, no, I thought
Oh,
you
okay.
C10 makes food. Because
Yeah,
we
I
get
didn't know that.
C10 from you.
Yeah, no, sea chem's like a United States thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, is that one of the babies?
So that's the baby goldfish that was in the green water.
Oh, he's getting so big.
And do
I
you know
love the
what else?
coloring. I love the pattern.
Because he's a serapa. He's not a normal goldfish.
That's cool. He's gonna grow so fast in that big tank. Is he all by himself in there?
At the moment, he is. This
Oh,
tank
cool.
here is meant to be for my 2 angelfish,
Oh, cool.
but because I've been pretty sick lately, I haven't been wanting to do it.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Just take your time. You'll get it done.
That's right, man. I've got a couple of mates coming over the next couple of days to give me a hand to put them down because the 200 litre I've actually got to pull right down and rip the filter out.
Oh, that doesn't sound fun.
It'd be more fun if I wasn't so cruel.
So is that a CChem 55 title?
This one,
Yeah, the filter that's on there, is that a title 55?
a title,
Oh, it looks like a 70.
yeah, it's a 70. Yeah, it's a 70. But I cheat. Beautiful.
That's just filter floss.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a title 55 on a 10-gallon, but that's my saltwater tank. How do you like the titles?
The tank was 2 foot long by 4 foot high.
How high?
4?
Wait, that's 4 feet? Dang, that is a deep tank. Uh-oh. Can't hear you, Nathan.
You hear me now?
Yeah. I think you might have been covering the mic or something.
Yeah, I think so. I actually changed the sucker pipe so that it could actually fit in the tank. So it went right down to the bottom like this, and then
Yeah.
turned them on, filled them up, and everything was all hanky dory.
Yeah, dude, I love that about them. You ain't gotta pre-fill them or nothing. You just
So
plug them in.
the filter,
Start going
the
up.
filter for this one T-bone is a Tidal. It is a Tidal. I've got the manual right here. That's the filter.
Yeah, it's made by CChem.
It's a 75. The 110 filters 1,000 litres an hour, where the 75 will only filter 300 litres an hour.
I have a wave maker that does 2,000 gallons an hour in my 10-gallon. I have it turned down to 2% at
Yeah,
nighttime, and at daytime it runs at 13%. But it does the wave motion where it goes on and slows down and back on, slows down. So it gives like that back and forth motion for the corals. because certain corals need that back and forth motion
Yeah,
because some of them shed their outer layer to get rid of any debris and algae that might build up on there. So that wave motion is going to help peel that layer off when it happens.
yeah, yeah, that's right. Like, now you would have seen these type of breeder boxes.
No, I haven't. I thought that was like something else. I didn't think of that as a breeder box. Wow.
Yeah, yeah, breeder box. So it sits on there on the corner of the rimless tank like that.
Oh,
So that this clip here is what holds it up.
yeah.
But I got it because mate has actually broken it.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got to figure out how to put a screen into where my hand is.
That is
So
crazy.
wait for it, right here. Go up here. So sit like that.
Yeah. Oh, I see where you're. That opening right there, is that supposed to be closed off?
Yeah, so I need to block this opening off.
You probably do that with like a CD tape.
The way how it. So that's the ringlet,
Oh.
right?
Oh, you put like a mesh in there.
Yeah, but there's no lip for the mesh to lock in.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
because I even took this to work, and I asked my boss about it, and he was like, "Nah, man, nah," because it just sits on there like that. You just screw it on,
So what
comes
if you
off.
put like, a piece of mesh screen up against that, twist it, like just like that, and then it just sits like that. You know what I mean?
See, I reckon I'd be able to, but I'd actually have to use the rope screen mesh, the plastic mesh.
Yeah, I don't want
Uh,
metal mesh.
Yeah, because if I use metal mesh, it's just gonna basically rip all the plastic bead off.
Yeah, and it'll eventually rust too.
So like, yeah, I got it for nothing.
I
It's a
think you
neat
could
little,
figure out a way to make it work, man. That thing's cool.
it's a neat little box.
Yeah, it's different. I'm even Chalupa says it's a cool box.
And if I can't get it to work, then I'll just take the clip off, and then I'll just take all the fly screen off, and I'll just sink it.
Yeah, make it a cave.
Yeah, turn it into a cave for the fish.
Yeah, a cave that you can look into.
Because at the end of the day, it's not actually rubbish. It's got the purpose to be used for something else. See, T-Bone, even a 75 would be good for your 130 litre tank, man. because you can actually turn with the titles. With what they've done is they've actually made it so that you can adjust the flow from the propeller as well as you can adjust the flow from the surface.
Yep. You
That's
can.
why I like these fielders, man, because they got so, compared to some other fielders, the titles, they just shit all over all the other fielders. Like, you get your Aqua One or your Aquine, as you call them over there. You know,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, they're not bad fielders, but title just gives you that extra option.
Yeah. And I like that the titles, the motor sits in the tank. So if like a power outage ever goes out, when it turns back on, it'll start right back up. It
Yeah,
doesn't just run the motor dry.
yep.
And
Like, you
you
know,
can fully turn off the bottom intake because, like you said, you can control both the intake and the output. But you could fully shut off that bottom intake to where it only takes off that top skimmer.
so T-bone with this bottom one here, that does the suction up into the filter. So I can turn that right down on low and have bugger all suction coming up through the bottom, but then come up to the top. This one here is my surface skimmer, which is here. I can have that on full wall. So it's picking up all the surface stuff and leaving all the stuff down here alone. So it's not stirring up all the bottom. That's one of the things these filters provide compared to any of the other filters.
Or you could run it vice versa to where it's just running off of the bottom and not at all at the top.
Yeah, like now
The
that's just running
control,
off the top. That's
yeah.
sorry, that's running just off the bottom.
Yeah, you can shut them right down low, where it's
Right?
just a slow trickle.
Or you have a full wall.
Yep.
But I tend to normally have it around about there, depending on the fish that are in the tank.
Yeah. This tank just has a freaking Aqueon filter.
Yeah. So like, you know, you look at that filter there, T-bone, compared to something like this, right? You know, yes, you still got the same sort of similar setups. You know, the water still comes out through the top, but if you look at the difference between an Aqua one and a Tidal, you know, Tidal have made it so that they're actually a really neat finished filter.
This is the only controllability I have on this Aqua Clear. That's full blast. That's nothing.
Yep.
Oh, barely. Just a trickle. Hygrophila polysperma growing out of my filter.
Yeah, T-bone. I highly suggest you to go and buy yourself a Tidal. A Tidal 55 or a 75. Now, for this filter here, this is the 75. I paid $140 for that filter.
Shoo.
But got to have in mind, got to pay for the freight and all that, and the shipping and all that stuff. So I understand why it was a little bit much. But for the quality of the filter, I'd pay that all day long.
Yep. And no, T-Bone, there are no cartridges. It's a sponge, and it comes with Seachem Matrix Biomedia.
So, I've got the
So
stuff.
this is the 35. I have the Seachem Title 35 on my 20 long, and it's not like the 55 or the 75 or the 110. It does not have an intake tube that comes down at all. But it does have little slots on the side, and it does have surface skimmer.
So,
And the ability is this knob. So that's it, full ripping, and that's as low as it'll go.
right. So, T-Bone, with these filters,
Doesn't have
You
the
get-
intake. That's what I don't like about it.
the intake, yeah. So the mechanical meter you get with these tanks, T-Bone, is you get this stuff. Now, I never use this stuff. I always throw it out.
Oh, what?
I've always used my own stuff. I've always thrown this stuff out. I don't like.
Matrix is like,
I don't like this. I have zero confidence in that.
I mean,
I have,
I'm not gonna say Matrix is the best, but it's pretty decent, and it comes free with the filter. But I have the Title 55 right here. Some salt creep on it.
I'll pull this filter apart for T-Bone to see what it comes with.
And it has a little slot where you can put a heater.
Yes, they have. And what titles do is they put a hook on theirs.
Yeah, I got it on. I have the heater on it.
Yep. And they're a bloody pain in the ass of putting on too.
Yeah, they are. You gotta take the whole assembly off. Like that whole piece drops off.
And
you
every time when you do it, you think you've broken it, and you have not.
Yeah. Don't worry, you didn't break it, but it sounds like you did.
The amount of crunch, bang. Oh no, I broke. Oh no, I haven't.
This is the most expensive pump I've ever bought. Friggin' $135, and that was with my store discount, our employee discount.
So this is the other filter you get, T-Bone. G'day, Derek.
Hey, Derek.
Well, that's all you get with your filter, T-Bone. You'll get that. It's a nice coarse sponge. As you can see, it's already got a couple of stuff in there already. And like I said, man, these are a really good filter, right? You can leave these filters running to clean your media, right? You just hit this button here, that one there, lift up, make sure that's your locking pin for your basket. And now I've just taken the whole basket out. Now, compared to a lot of the other hob filters, mate, this I
Hey,
highly suggest buying one of these hob filters.
G'day, Nathan.
Yeah, Derek, how you going, mate?
Good. How are you?
Oh yeah, we're getting there, mate.
That's good. Hey, no tomatoes. What is up? Mm-mm.
Yeah, all these ones here are just fucking sponge filter.
That's cool.
Sorry, filter wall, not sponge filter.
Yes.
How's the weather your way, Derek?
Hot and rainy, mostly.
Oh, so it's finally warmed up for you. It's not snowing.
Mm-hmm. Thank God.
Well, if you really like, you can have your cold weather back, because I don't like it.
I like cold weather, but not in the South. South is not prepared for it.
Yeah, I hear you, man. It's like half of us down here, we're hardly prepared for it.
Mm-hmm.
They all want us to go get the flu shot and then that other shot, and it's like, really? One shot at a time, mate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that dang snowstorm knocked out my computer. I am well, thank you. Yes.
Excellent, T-Bone. What we want to hear, mate. We want to hear you getting on what you need with filter-wise. If need be, T-Bone, use the point. Yeah.
Is that more crayfish?
Johnny. Babe.
Oh, shit's my phone acting up.
They're babies compared to this one.
Ah, cool. Hello. What Gunther? Main Aquarium? Good evening from America. Sorry if I butchered your name.
From Germany. That's a long distance.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. Hmm.
I've got a fish light that will turn on, but then after 20 minutes, it will just turn off on its own.
Hmm.
It's like it's got like a.
All right, I'm back. So,
Hey, Ian.
What's about that?
oh, is that Nathan? You muffled a little bit.
I'm gonna have to buy a new fish light soon.
Oh. Hmm.
I reckon it's got a loose connection.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and it's LED, so it's not like I can exactly pull it all to pieces and sort it out.
Yeah, some of you can't do that. Just like,
Hey, Udo.
Some of it's but I might just bite the bullet and take it back. Pretty sure it's under warranty.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's good.
if you still got the warranty, you can still be able to.
If it's not under warranty, I'll make it their problem.
What you up to, Ian?
Oh, not shit, man. I just got, chilling home, not working right now. I mean, I'm working, but I got home early.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Am I coming in clearly?
I don't know if I'm coming in clearly. I probably got my mic lower down.
I don't know. My phone fell on the floor this morning and the screen is all cracked now. So
Oh no!
See, is that a little better?
yeah.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I got a job at a fish store. I tell you about that?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a saltwater and freshwater store.
You got salt water?
Yeah, the saltwater at the store. I also set up the saltwater tank.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think I heard something about you saying you were going to do that.
Well, I can't just work at a saltwater and freshwater store and not keep saltwater myself. You know? I
Oh,
gotta at
you're
least
working.
try.
You're working at a fish store? Nice.
Yeah, it's a small one. Not like a Petco or something. It's a little more,
Mm-hmm.
but they specialize in saltwater. But they have freshwater. But I wouldn't say they specialize in freshwater.
Ah, that's cool.
So it's like a different kind of field for me.
What size saltwater tank did you set up?
A 10-gallon.
Oh, that's cool.
I I still spent a bunch of money on that tank, even though it's just a 10-gallon. But I would have had to probably pay a lot more to do it 30 years.
Mm.
More substrate, more rock. I mean, the rock. I bought 3 pieces of rock for that 10-gallon. It was
Live
$90.
rock.
It was.
Yeah, I've heard it's expensive.
And I spent 130 on the pump, and it was like 60 on the filter, 60 on the light, probably $30 in substrate.
So the Yabby is just
Oh
the
my
common
God.
electric
Still.
Yabby 2 So the big boy you're looking at now is a male.
Yeah, I can tell. There's the claws on him.
Oh, whoa. Some, what is that? That mini lobster?
Yeah.
Dang, that's a good size right there.
That is a big yabby.
Just wait a couple of months, wait and see what I'm getting.
You get one of those monster ones? You showed
I'm
me?
getting married.
Damn.
I've been invited to go to a marine farm down west. Marron grow to about 4 times the size of that yabby there.
Wow.
So out of a full-grown yabby, you just get about 100 grams of meat. A marron, you can get anywhere between 100 grams to 500 grams of meat.
Wow.
Whoa.
A lot of meat from just one little crusty.
If marron miss you, they hit you, they can do a lot of damage. They can basically break your finger in half.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't want to get bit by that thing.
Well, I'll do it. I'll do it for shits and gigs. Like the old saying goes, you only live once.
The old YOLO.
YOLO.
Now, if you think he's big, that's my smaller blue male yabby.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger one, he will escape out of these containers. That's how big he is.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's why I'm sort of standing a little bit away from him so I don't spook him. Because as soon as I spook him, he'll flap his tail, and then there goes half of his water.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh. Sorry. What you got in that tank, Ian?
It's a good question. There's Vilcano Plecos that I bred. All these little ones.
Nice.
Little babies. There's Emperor Tetras, Rainbow Cichlid, Enigma Tachromis, Cichlid. There's a Siamese Algae Eater, Spotted Raphael Catfish, Moonlight Gourami, and the Ropefish. All in this 30 gallon.
How much? A 7 gallon?
No, this is a 30 gallon.
Oh, 30 gallon. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, I mean,
Nice tank.
it's pretty good. It's overstocked, definitely. But it's whatever.
Lobster.
UDO Gunther Main Aquarium. No, it's not a blue Florida lobster. It is a Australian Chirax destructor yabby. It's a common type. Native as in Australia, but if you got them overseas, you won't get these.
Yep. Those are not in the US at all.
So basically, very similar to a crawfish or a crayfish, crawfish, however way you want to say it.
Crayfish, crawfish, crawdaddies. Yeah.
But these are more unique in a way, in my eyes, compared to what you can get overseas. So, like, you can go and buy a snow white crayfish. You can go and buy purple crayfish. You can go and buy crayfish where they're blue and white and red and multicolored. But these, the ones I've got, are all commons.
What the blues are. Same. Common.
Oh, so that's the name of what they're called over in Germany. Yeah, so completely different to Australia. Their scientific name is Chirax destructor. These are excellent in dams and ponds because what these do is they filter the water. So if there is a dead carcass, so let's say there's a dead kangaroo in a dam, and you got all these buggers in there, what these buggers will do is they will actually go and make it look like they're eating it, but they're actually not eating it. They're actually breaking it down to filter it out of the water because it's contaminating their water. I've seen these, and it's known of these to eat vegetables. So you know how you have like a bristlenose catfish or a pleco, and you go and give it zucchini or cucumber? Same deal.
Yeah.
I give my yabbies carrots every 3 months, and every 3 months I always have to go and buy a big bag of carrots because they smash every single one.
That's cool.
Hey, Bold Mama.
Yeah, Bob Mama.
Hey, Bold Mama.
Was that?
When these reproduce, so at this size, if he reproduced with a female that has already had babies before, she can produce anywhere up to 1,000 eggs.
That's so cool.
And that's just out of one pair.
I like the green name tags.
Thanks. I like the color green. I don't know if you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
He might be a cutie while he's sitting in there, but he's not a cutie when he knits you.
Not up too much. I was browsing YouTube, so Ian was streaming. Nathan was up there with him, so I had to hop up, say hi.
Chewy was up here earlier. We were talking.
Okay. Chewy's always fascinating to have on.
Oh yeah, he's always teaching me new things or always learning something from him.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Alex, a walking dictionary.
Oh, he says backstage. Chewy said he's back.
I'm looking, I can't see. It's not there. It only shows me, Lincoln. Oh, there he is. Right there.
Hey, Derek, how are you? Hey, Derek, how are you?
Hey, Chewy. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I see we're watching invertebrates from Australia.
Yep. Some big ones of that.
Invasive species.
Unique species, I call them.
The invasive species of the United States and parts of Canada.
Yep.
Are they really?
Yes.
Interesting.
The ones right here specifically, the Tractoctor?
There are several Australian prawns and yabbies that are invasive to our waterways. One of them is crawling into Canada through the ducts of, through the waterways of the St. Louis area, out east. They have a big problem out there. Huge.
Mm-hmm.
No natural predators. And people aren't used to eating them.
I don't see why not. They look pretty dang delicious to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they are pretty damn delicious.
Yeah.
But we have Canadian lobster, so I do understand it to a point.
Oh, wow. Oh, we got lobster. We don't need these little puny mudfish.
You can go down to Louisiana and find your crawfish boil easily.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, they wreak havoc on the microbiology of riverways and that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, and plants. They destroy plants.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. And along with the carp species, that's how come our waterways are even more threatened, right? It's not only by the fish, it's by the ecosystem that the invasives cause, right? Cyanobacterium blooms, that kind of thing. A lot of that is caused by carp.
But won't you long career, I might end up to marry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what did we do to deserve that? You don't have any species out of Canada and Australia that are terrorizing your waterways. Right?
Yep.
I'm gonna
I
meet
guess not.
you food. You guys take care of the show.
Hey, Nathan, what did we do to deserve that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, you know, we're your Commonwealth friends up here, you know, like, but they crawled their way up from the U.S., right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's it. You know, and you know,
Mm-hmm.
give or take another probably another 20, 30 years, and they'll find something that will
yeah,
defend them, and eventually end up dying off, so that they don't become an invasive species.
yeah. Go the way of the Nile perch, which has taken how many years to like kind of get Lake Victoria back? About 70.
Yes, yeah, I'd say late 70s.
Yeah, 70 years ago, the Nile perch was introduced to Lake Victoria. Over 7 species went extinct of small cichlids. You got a 3-foot long predator chomping down on you that you've never seen before.
I'd
Wow.
just give him a little tickle under his gob and say, "How you going, mate?"
Yeah. Well, the idea was to feed the people, and they didn't like tasting Nile perch anyhow. Like, why? If you're gonna do that kind of farm, you can do it in an aquarium farm system.
That's right. Do it properly. Don't do it. Don't do it. Roger Dodge way, because Roger Dodge way will only work for a certain amount of time.
Well, look at it. Look at it this way: 2 of the fish that are invasive to Florida were brought in for food farming.
Mm-hmm.
One was the snakehead. Oh dear. And the other one was the carp. Carp
Yep.
was brought in by the federal government
Yep.
of the United States. Oh, we'll grow it for food. Oh, we accidentally let them out. Funny how they did that with Atlantic salmon in the Pacific Ocean too. It's like people are nuts, man. They're all lunatics.
But one thing that I don't understand, but day by day with my research that I'm doing, I'm slowly understanding it and why they haven't gone about it that way.
Yeah.
So, for instance, the Murray River, as you know yourself, Chewy, the Murray River is horrid. It's crap. You go there, the water's brown.
Yeah.
And that's 90% of the reason being is because of the European carp in the water destroying all the lively and the habitat in the river.
Yeah, and also eating the yabbies. You can keep You can keep them. You can get rid of the fish out all of those perch and other stuff, right? But you can keep your yabbies to yourself. Send them up frozen. I'd like to taste one. You know, that kind of thing, right? We don't need lots.
Well, if,
There's people who eat carp. You got to go down.
in my
far
opinion,
south.
Yeah, I know there's people that eat carp. At one time, people ate goldfish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there still always is.
that way too.
I was referring to no tomatoes.
You know, it's just, you know, when a fish is so invasive that they have to start fooling around with DNA and viruses injected into the water and DNA type of reproduction kind of tricks to try to calm down the population, you know that the government's made a big mistake.
Oh yeah, they always make mistakes.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God.
You know, to wipe out the carp, right?
You know how they're controlling the sea lamprey population in the Great Lakes? Reproduction means they inject certain types of things into, I do believe that it's males to cut down the population because there's no natural predator for that particular invasive species. Not even man eats lamprey, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas we could start thinking about eating yabbies.
Oh, there is. Down here in Australia, there is man-made built farms just of yabbies.
Yep.
You go into the hospitality industry.
And that's also because of some of the conditions of the riverways in Australia too.
Yep.
Like
So
you-
if you're down
river.
near me, there's a place called Fort Lincoln. You probably have heard of it, Chewy.
Mhm.
A lot down there is to do with the fishing and water culture and agriculture wise.
Yeah.
A lot of the land down there, and this is what they're only just starting to realise, is you dig 100 odd metres down, you're hitting limestone.
Yeah.
So
Well-
now what they're doing here is they're actually getting people to go and get their marine license, get their horticulture license, and open farms up for that reason.
Good idea.
Because limestone filtered water is a lot more cleaner than any other water naturally.
Well, the thing about the yabbies that people don't know is in the Murray River, their population is threatened. We have them by the thousands. Come and get some, restock. You know, like, you know, they don't belong in our waterways, they belong in yours.
Oh, trust me, man. There's one of the things I do really want to get from Murray River is long arm shrimp.
Yeah, I've seen that species too. Beautiful.
Hey, Stella.
Quite unique in my eyes.
Yeah, that's home of the Murray cod.
Yeah. But in saying that, they're getting to the point where you'd be lucky enough to see one every 15 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because of all the invasive species and all of the damage that they've done to the waterways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
There's days where I think
Australia's been hit worse than Florida.
there's days I often think where they should just put two invasive species together, whatever one wipes out the other one, and then focus on that one that's left.
The problem is finding the natural predator of the yabby. And that's more man than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Get koi. Koi will suck that yabby up within one gob.
Yeah, well,
Koi.
we don't want to have lakes full of koi either.
Interesting. I didn't know they would eat crawfish.
Oh, koi will eat anything.
Yeah.
Carp will eat anything.
Mm.
Basically, Derek, if you put a carp in a pool with a koi, your chances of the koi winning against the carp are very, very hard to indicate who's going to win because they're about the same level of invasive species.
The koi is not as, shall we say, um, known because koi are like more expensive pond fish and
Mhm.
treated with a lot more respect than a
Yep.
food fish.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
different.
So they're considered more oriental fish. People buy them more for decoration.
They all are. They all are. The Asian kois are all like fish that they've grown in their agriculture system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
They
all
do.
were fish. All were food fish. Goldfish, koi, all of them were food fish. And then the ornamental strains began happening, and so not too many people eat goldfish anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Not too many people eat koi anymore.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the rest
I
of the
tried to
carp
eat a carp.
species are edible. Goldfish are edible. It's just that you don't really want to swallow a live goldfish like what they make you do in college.
Oh yeah, I've seen those stupid dudes.
Yeah,
But I've tried to eat carp, and carp is okay. It's pretty fishy, but it's also really bony. I don't
Yes.
like that.
It's not the best tasting fish in the world, but for the farming dollar, it is probably the best fish in the world
For the
Yeah,
farming
like-
dollar, right? Yeah.
because of the size that they obtain and the time it takes to grow that to that size. Right?
Yeah, they
Mhm.
grow fast.
Oh, awesome, Alan. You'll definitely like this conversation, mate.
Like
Mhm.
it's the same with tilapia down there in Australia. Eat them. Go fishing and eat. Feed the poor. Do something. You know, get them out of their waterway.
That's what they need to do with the carp,
Yeah.
but they won't.
I'm into it. I eat what I catch. I ain't no catch and release. Unless I'm enough or it's too small.
I do something with carp. I mean, I don't usually catch carp.
Like I wouldn't mind eating a carp. I'd much rather eat a carp now than a salmon. And do you know why?
Mm.
Aren't they hybridizing now?
Whales feed on salmon, and we have got an endangered killer whale orca population in BC. They could have my share of salmon that go out to the ocean. I could care less. You can have my share. Have at it. I'll eat something different because that is important to them. Right?
Mhm.
That's a very different way of looking at it, and I don't think a lot of people look at it like that.
Not a lot of people would.
But
I'll eat carp. Send it to me. I'll eat snakehead. Send it to me.
I'll eat a pleco. Send it to me.
Exactly.
I'll eat whatever I catch. I mean, that's just
I'll try
how I've grown
pleco.
up.
I've tried anything at least once.
You know, that's
I
what
can vouch for snakes.
family should do with Florida Fish Rescue is go on down and have an invasive feast. Go fishing.
Mm-hmm.
Cook
Yeah,
it up.
that'd be really cool.
Cook it
I mean-
up. Let's have a party.
Most freshwater fish are edible.
Yeah. Well, clown knife fish. They're invasive down there. Go and have a dinner.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Mhm.
actually.
You know, like this is the thing. Like this is why I like Aquaballs. He goes, you get me the fish and I'll cook it. Aquaballs is a good cook. He doesn't have any of those invasive species around him. I would love to have Aquaballs cook me some sort of fish soup and grilled fish, you know, that type of thing.
Oh yeah.
You,
We could cook
you like, hey, Aquaballs, cook me fish.
Mm-hmm.
You know, go down to the restaurants in Florida to even see if they serve snakehead.
Bet you they don't.
Yeah, it's like, okay, let's fish for some snakehead and put it on people's plates.
Hey, it's edible. Might as well try it.
Exactly. Like the snakehead that's invasive to Florida is considered one of the top snakehead fish for food.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Snakehead.
They eat it in Malaysia. It is a predator. It is an invasive species. Go and have some fun. Leave the dwarfs out of it. They have nothing to do with it.
Right.
I think, is it only the killer whales that eat salmon, or is it?
Only a specific pod eats salmon, and that is the pod off of just generally from Portland all the way up through Seattle, all the way up the west coast of Canada, all the way to Alaska. That is the range of the southern and the northern populations of orcas off of North America. There's a more dangerous population out of Russia that will attack them, but they don't come to the Canadian waters at all.
Interesting.
Our orcas will fight off other orca packs for their area. And all that they like is salmon. You can go swimming with them any day. They aren't going to bother you. They go by our nude beach in Vancouver all the time. Oh, let's go jump in. You don't want to be doing that with any other orca species because the rest will attack mammals. But not this pack. They're our friends.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it really will. The fish population over in the sea will go dramatically. Big time.
And the native people from BC and Washington know about the orcas off the west coast. They thank them for chasing them up the river where the orca does not come up. For them to catch their fish at spawning time. That's how it works.
Okay. Cool. Well, I don't know.
But our orcas are friendly as hell. Okay, like they're not going to bother you. Some will come up to the boats that you're on, right? You know, and do the whale thing. But it's a lot more different seeing a male orca with its dorsal fin high in the air in the wild than having it bent over in a public aquarium. You know that the whale is sad. And we
Mhm.
do tricks for years. They're not a dog.
Of course not.
That is true. Yeah, I don't think they need to be in aquariums.
No.
Public aquariums at all. They don't. I
They
mean,
don't need to be in a
statistics are
public.
there. They don't live in aquariums. They kill themselves.
They
can survive.
don't need to be in a public aquarium. Like, get real. You want to see a circus going to kiss. You know, like it's sad what we've done to orcas. Very sad. And a lot of the other whales on the planet.
Hmm.
Very, very sad.
All right. Well, I gotta get off. It is great seeing y'all. Good to talk to y'all. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, Derek. Peace out, man. It was good seeing you.
You too. Bye to chat.
So how are you doing, Nathan?
Yeah, I'm getting there, man.
Oh yeah. What time is it where you are at?
12:33. Thursday afternoon.
Oh, okay. Wow. That is a time difference.
Yeah.
Uh,
Steph, I got the link posted. You want to hang out?
I was meant to be at work this week, but I didn't go.
yeah. Adele,
Been
come
too
on
good.
up.
Health has gone downhill in the last month. That's why I haven't been posting any videos or anything.
Yeah, man.
So
I
how
get
are
what
you goldfish doing?
They're going ballistic.
I know you're interested in black moors, but you know, up here in Canada, I don't favor a lot of goldfish now because we have lakes full of them.
Well,
And it's hobby related. Like it's your typical hobbyist. It's not like a fish farm where they're escaping. It's people deliberately putting them in lakes and river systems. Like seriously?
Yeah. Yeah.
so
That's,
this is a new line I'm working on at the moment. I'm trying to get my Sarasas to breed because no one in my area has Sarasa goldfish.
Yes, they were developed in Florida, believe it or not. That's
And
true.
basically, that baby there, I'd be able to get rid of that for $5 straight away.
Yeah, I believe that.
If
Because
that was
rarity.
the normal one, that'd be about $3.
Are those bred in Australia or are they still importing out of?
They're still importing
Okay.
because I had a list the other week about the imports because I got asked whether I wanted to import any fish, and I said no, I've got enough as it is.
Yeah, well, you know, it's all got to do with the good stock. Like, not too many people realize that you Australians were behind the 8 ball in the development of the flower horn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is like what what you guys have done with flower horns over the time period, like I know this from like being a member of the United Flower Horn Association. You
Yep.
guys have had to develop the strains that you have from square one with just a little bit of knowledge that would leak out of Asia. You guys have done fantastic. That's off to you.
We like to make the impossible become possible.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. You know, just don't let them out in the wild and we're all good. You know, because those kind of cichlids could do a lot of damage in certain Australian waters.
Oh yeah, yeah, and they will.
Yeah, you know, like it's the responsibility of the hobbyist when you're doing stuff like that. Because it's not on the farms, it's not on anything but you. So keep it that way, you know, like thumbs up to the Australians for that. Like, not a lot of people realize that. Meanwhile, I know like a heavy duty flower horn breeder from Thailand that develops the genetics in a lot of them. You know, that does a lot of the crosses and is well known for it. You know, like Feng Shui Aquatics is the leader in flower horns. You know, but I was amazed. Like even 10 years ago, when we were doing the campaign, I decided, well, I'm going to help educate people about the Australian Flower Horn Association and some rock bands.
Yeah.
So put together some advertisement for the King of Confa from Malaysia back several years ago, of course. But, you know, even back then, I was really pleasantly shocked about what people have learned about that particular hybrid and what you guys did. Hats off to you. And it's an ever growing process.
It is. It's it's a non-stop process to get it all done and sorted and to be above where we should be or where others are.
Yeah. You know,
And
I just wish that there was more programs to get some of the rarer species of, like, let's say, honey blue eyes out of Australia, so that we can enjoy those too. But you know, it's tough. You know, some of it is really tough to work with because of government regulations. Do you know anything about Costa Rica, Nathan?
try and stay away from that area.
Well, Costa Rica is the home of a lot of the cichlids that are used in the development. It's one of the countries that is used in the development of those types of flower horns. But Costa Rica has got its own policies about exporting fish out of there. You have to breed them in your waterway, in their waterway, and ship the fry out. You can't ship out a wild fish. So you have to set up breeding facilities to breed those fish. It's all well and good for the cichlid people, but what about the tetra people that have never seen some of those tetras in the hobby?
Yeah, well, that's it. You know, it's just like having to jump through another hoop and another set of hurdles.
Yeah.
Like with my yabbies, that took me ages to get my foot in the door to be able to sell off all my baby yabbies off at once,
Yeah,
so that I can still keep going. So I can go, okay, well, that batch of babies from January 2020, well, that's all gone.
it,
Now I've just got the batch of babies from September 2020,
it
where they're like, in between 8 to 15 centimeters.
it takes tank space to raise up a lot of things, you know. But I'm talking about little wee tetras that shouldn't take up much tank space. But by the time that you breed them in numbers, it's not worth your while.
No.
Because
No,
it's much more easier getting cardinal tetras per se out of the Rio Negro than it is out of a farm that can't produce enough to cover a small percentage of what is needed in the
Yep.
hobby. Like billions of cardinal tetras are shipped every year out of the Rio Negro.
Yep.
Yeah. Billions.
Yeah, my wife, I work down the pond.
And how many of them reach a sad end? You know, there's nothing more pathetic. Okay, now here's the pathetic side of this, and this is the other side of living in hard water. You get fish out of the Rio Negro with a metering of 4.0 pH, and you're trying to adapt them to the Rift Valley. It ain't gonna work. Hello?
Yeah, you still here, man?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
You can't invest in that far, especially wild caught cardinals.
You know, it's like you're spending 4 weeks in quarantine alone trying to bring them up to 8 point whatever, and you're killing them off.
Yep.
But there is such a cheap fish that you have to buy in bulk to get the other fish out of there.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? You got to put the bread and butter on the native's plate, and he relies on the cardinal tetra. And meanwhile, you're putting it through hell trying to adapt it to Rift Valley water. Do you think that we treated discus like that?
Oh, hell no.
No.
No, you guys always tried to, from my research, all the discus keepers, when they're wild caught, they want that 6.0 or below.
Exactly. Do you think my boss allowed me to look after that side of the adjustment? No. He would sit there and explain it to me, but I didn't do any of the water changes. I did nothing. Your area is cardinal tetras. Go and learn.
Hi guys, how are you?
I want X number up at 8 pH, and I'm going, we're going to lose that many percentage of the stock. Why? Oh, it's just a learning cycle. It's the canary in the cage. It's the fish that you learn to keep rainforest fish. Does that make sense, Ian?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Hey, I can afford for you to waste this many cardinal tetras, but I expect this many to be left over. Really? You're expecting that high of a death toll? Yes. You know this from what? Years of experience, long before you were around. Okay? That's my mentor talking to me like that. Well, he was like the original president of the Calgary Aquarium Society 7 years before I was born.
Yep.
Hi, Chewy. How are you?
I am good, Adele. Good to see you.
Yeah, well,
Good to
good
see
to
you.
kind of see you.
Yes, you can hear me. That's good enough.
Yeah, well, close enough, right?
It's
Oh, hi, Bob
Looney,
Mama.
Professor Looney Tune's real voice.
Yeah.
Okay, that you can't stand. I'm more like the Crypt Keeper type. Okay, I want a high voice that's so irritating, right?
Whenever I hear you talk about fish, I always kind of imagine you in a lab coat with glasses. I do. It's
Yeah,
Professor
okay. I've actually wore that lab coat once, but in a much more different act.
No comment.
I got to play the mad scientist on stage.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yes, the Looney Tune of all Looney Tunes. Okay.
Yeah.
And I did
That
a
would be
full
cool.
rock band. I also played Jason at one time too.
That's awesome.
I got to hang the guy who played Alice Cooper during his show.
Oh.
This is my time to get back at the boss.
I see.
And there's a gimmick behind that. If you make the wrong mistake, you can get even with your boss quite easily. But I was like the big Chewbacca bear that would catch him as he would pretend to hang himself. Okay. Yeah. They had me dress up in a Chewy uniform once too.
Oh, I bet that was terrible.
Oh, it was a lot.
Hot and itchy and
Yeah, well, I know. It's been home. You know. Like I'm one of these old ancient senior citizen rockers who's got hair down to the waist. Okay.
hi, Chubbs.
Hey, Chubb.
Yeah,
So,
you look good.
how are things in your world, Adele?
Not too bad actually. The sun's out today.
I know without sorry, I can't help you. It would cost too much to from Canada to Australia, but I do have a few extra 10-gallon tanks where I used to live. If you lived here,
I'd love to have
more
bigger
than
tanks, but I'm having an issue with my mother guppy today, so she's not looking too good. But I've done about a 30% water change on that tank, which was due anyway. But she started pine coning and she's not looking very happy. So yeah, I'm not holding out hope, but I don't actually know how old she was when I got her. So
it's a pet shop guppy kind of thing.
Yeah. But I've got all her babies, so I'm not going to be terribly sad if she does die. It's just an awful thing to have to deal with, you know.
It is, and I've had it happen to a few fish, and
yeah,
they never recover from it. So
no, I'm just kind of trying to make her comfortable. And
can I make a statement about pet shop guppies? Okay, I'm not meaning to offend the pet shops or anything else like that. They have become so massive bred and bred in ponds over in Asia they carry in some very, very nasty, nasty, nasty diseases.
Yeah.
The ones that hit the pet shops. Like
I mean,
sometimes,
I got pretty lucky, I think.
sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. And sometimes
Yeah.
you lose heavily
Well, I
because
think,
of the level of guppy that is being purchased.
yeah. I think I was really lucky. I got her off my neighbor.
Yeah,
So, I mean, it's quite possible that they did have something wrong, because the other three guppies that she got died.
yeah,
But whether it was her or one of the other females, they had babies. So she kept the babies and I took the adult.
right,
And she's ended up having babies for me, which I've just kind of spread out between a couple of other 5-gallon tanks.
right.
I've just recently actually separated some of my males that I just really like them. I like the look of them, and I haven't been able to find exactly what they might be. So,
Give me a picture.
um,
Can you take a picture with your camera and show me a picture?
yeah, I don't know how well. I was
Probably
taking some photos earlier.
genetics involved in the strain.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just calling them mutt guppies.
Well,
They're pretty.
mutt guppies carry genetics. And believe it or not, mutt guppies are one of the first things that will teach you what makes up that strain if you're breeding it to a similar kind of strain
Yeah.
that is bred. Like the things
Not a
that
very
I like,
clear photo,
that tequila sunset guppy, crossing it with a purebred full red male.
yeah.
It was very
These are kind of like dragon reds. I think that was the name of them. But they have like the tiger spotting on their dorsal fins.
Yes.
But I've just been trying to find like this particular black, and it's like bright neon orange, so the photo doesn't even do them justice.
Yeah.
They're just really cool, and they have like a blue sheen as well.
It sounds like an Asian bred strain because what went on, okay, like this occurred like during the 80s. Florida had a real issue with guppy stock. It got hit by pollutants. And it basically wiped out a lot of the Florida guppy stock. And so the Asian government basically, or like the Asian breeders have basically taken over the supply of a lot of the guppy stock.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's what sort of went on here. But the guppy does sound Asian, but Europe develops its own strains too, especially the Germans and the Russians. The Russians.
What's so confusing is these guys are different to. So I think about half a dozen of the other ones that I've separated these guys from they look like cockatiels. So they have like a grey black body, and then they have a yellow spotted dorsal fin with like a spot of orange on their side.
Right.
So they kind of look like cockatiels.
Right.
And then there's some that haven't even developed their colours yet.
Round finned or big finned? What is the finnage?
It's hard to say. They're all kind of different. Some of them still have the rounded, like juvenile tail. A couple of the guys have started to grow a larger tail. So whether that's either going to be the flag tail or a fan tail, I don't know.
Yes. The tail genetics are not breeding true. And are all the patterns remaining somewhat the same, or are they in with other types that can throw off.
Well, they've all come from the same female, so
Okay.
it's confusing because some babies are coming out different to the others. Even the females. So some of
Not
the
a purebred
females.
to begin with, because
Yeah,
she's
no.
probably pet shop bought,
Yeah.
and she's probably seen quite a few go to podiums in her time period.
Yeah. I think that whatever she was in with. So my neighbor has guppies that look more like endlers. They have
Yes.
those classic endler colors, where
Yes.
some of these guys, like, they're all kind of different. So this female has kind of been around by the sounds of it, and she's just picked and choosed.
She doesn't have a choice in them, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, that's what it's like, because half a dozen of them are this orange and black. Another half a dozen look like cockatiels. And some of them haven't even shown colors yet. So it's
Okay, so
some of the females are silver, some of them are gold.
you are seeing probably, like, there is a breakdown of how many fry, and how many fry are sort of identical, and then there's the breakdown of all of the subgenetics
Yeah.
in that. Okay, that alone is an interesting study from the
Yeah.
aspect of a rogue female with a purebred male.
Yeah.
Okay. I got like about
it's very
6
interesting.
different colored guppies crossing a red guppy with a female yellow tequila sunrise that was Pet Shop bought.
Ooh.
Okay, and you've heard me talk about Philip Shattuck. Well, this was one of my assignments through our club, was to give the breakdown as to what was involved and if I could see the reasons why it broke down that way.
Oh.
And yes, the
Intriguing.
Japanese blue jean guppy, okay, like a short little blue jean guppy, is
Yeah.
involved in the making of the yellow tequila sunrise guppy.
Oh.
Okay.
That's cool. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm with you now.
So it breaks down the
Cool.
genetics of that. And so this is the kind of thing that I was really, really into, because it began to open up the doors of thoughts of how the breeders are obtaining all of these various different lines.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
That is what
Freaking-
Philip taught me. Like, he goes, I'm not going to teach you anything about true breeding strains, because you're not here for that. You're not here to enter a fish show. You're here to understand the genetics and what makes a strain. Do you see the different kind of teaching method? So I was combining like the wisdom of my IFGA mentor and Philip in my studies.
Wow. That's so cool. And
Yeah,
it's given me a whole new train of thought on these guppies. So
exactly.
I've been kind of fascinated with watching the males color up, but also the females.
Yes.
So they're all kind of see-through, but some are still the classic silver color, where there's a few that have developed this really sort of golden look. I've just started calling them the golden girls.
That is known as the blonde gene.
Yeah, I just call them the golden girls.
There is actually blonde, gold, and gray body. Those are your body colors in your general guppy strains up until the time that Moscows came out. which is covering the guppy with a metallic scale over top of its original colors.
Yeah, well,
You
that's
sort
kind
of
of
get
what
the
I
guppy.
like.
Yeah. So the guppy will express, like the normal guppy can express, without the nostalgia, 3 body colors: blonde, gold, and gray. And of course, albino, which makes the guppy entirely white
Yeah.
with red eyes, generally speaking.
My koi albinos, or no, koi tuxedos through koi albinos after a
Yes.
while,
Wow.
but they only did it once. I've got 3 little albinos. Out of
Oh,
maybe
cool. I love the albino.
Wow.
yeah.
See,
Yeah,
I got
Chad
3 of
was
them
right.
out
They're
of
crazy
maybe
little fish.
when
400.
that albino koi has got a high dorsal, and I mean like a high dorsal fin and a big caudal, it is called the Santa Claus guppy when it's all white like that and is albino. And you can have them with black eyes as well. Okay. My favorite breeder had a beautiful strain of high dorsal Santa Claus guppies that were just stunning.
I do like the Santa Claus guppies. I'm not too into guppies. I do like the genetic side of things and the variations, but I'm not a fan of the big fins and the
Well,
personality of them.
if you're going to study genetics, it involves ornamental genetics.
Right.
Okay, in a glass box, there's 2 types of genetic studies. One is wild genetics, where the scientist is going out into the nature, and then there's the ornamental genetics, where you're trying to develop a particular pattern or a look.
Seems a bit more mad scientist.
Yes, it's like Dr. Frankenstein and
Yeah, in his lab.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like my friend Robert Cutler was like a host of a radio like metal program, and he's an old fish keeper, and he's passed away a few years ago. But I actually had him talk to Philip Shattuck, because his dad used to keep guppies and they were from the New Jersey area, and Robert was a marine aquarium hobbyist. And so I twisted his arm to interview Philip, and I was on the program at the same time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love this little game that I've created called 6 Degrees of Chewy.
Why did you pick the number 6?
Oh, because there's already a game about mind blank. There's already a game called
Add a few 6s to that, and then it might be fun.
yeah. It's 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. So the theory of 6 degrees of separation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just a
Add
play.
a few 6s to it, and it would be fun. The 666 of Chewy. That would be more.
That's a good one.
You know, like,
No, anytime you have a little story about, having so and so and so and so, and then you're involved as well. That's the 6 degrees of Chewy.
yeah. It goes with my character,
Yeah.
which it does have a name, by the way. My musician name has taken, like, Lunatic Fringe is the band, okay? You wouldn't believe what my ex-girlfriend came up with a name for me, but it suits me. Scar. You know,
Right. Okay.
all sorts of scars all over your face, right? Just picture it.
Yeah.
Because I can't show you my real scar because it's on my hip. Okay? But she goes, "You're always complaining about that scar. Why don't you just call yourself it?"
Yeah.
I went, "That's right. What a great name." Like it suits somebody that belongs in an asylum. Right?
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
I like it. Scar.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It suits.
Yeah. And she sings too, okay? And she sings metal. Like she sounds like the singer of Accept, like balls to the wall. Like she doesn't have like a pretty female voice. She has one of those masculine kind of voices that you're just like blown away by because she's a little girl.
Oh, I love singers like that. You see
Yeah.
someone walk out on stage and you kind of go, oh, okay, they don't look like much. And then they blow you away.
And like she scared me. She became like the metal princess of hell. Like I met her and she was like, you know, like the sweet little girl with high heeled shoes and wears a nice dress.
Yeah.
And she turned into this heavy metal monster singing queen, and I'm going, really? I influence you that much? Really?
It comes out on stage.
That it comes out on stage because she used to hang out with me when I worked for a hard rock band.
Yeah.
I was like 24 and she was 18.
Oh my goodness. Isn't there a button? Oh goodness. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna try and keep this female as comfortable as possible. Keep the water clean, of course.
If fish die.
Yeah.
You can try Epsom salt.
Yeah, well that's the other thing.
Regular salts,
SP was
I'm all
telling me.
in for it. But I wouldn't be throwing in a lot of other chemicals because if she had like an internal parasite, like which I doubt, because you've had her how long?
About 3 months or so, a bit more.
So she's been eating food for about 3 months, has she not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been eating somewhere around.
That an internal parasite is involved. Bacteria-wise, is there anything on her body that would say bacteria?
Not that I've seen.
Okay,
I
so
haven't
rule that out. The best thing that I would say is Epsom salts,
Yeah.
and then regular salt. After that,
I have a snail in there and I have a corridor as well. So
They'll be fine. Just use a little bit. Epsom salt is pure
Epsom salt
magnesium.
in a low dose, as well as regular salt in a low dose,
yeah.
won't affect those fish too great. It's when you over salt
Yeah.
that
Well, I've never tried it. I've never tried the salt method before, but my neighbour's got some. I'm just waiting for her to get home from work.
but corridors are not a good catfish to really keep with guppies because of
Actually been really good.
the fact that guppies do a lot better with sodium in their water.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's what I'm worried about. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You
I
can
just kept snails with them. Like if a ram's horn snail can live through like a tablespoonful of salt in an aquarium, right? That's all that I add is a tablespoon for 10 gallons. Okay? And I measure it back in for the times that I took out a pail. And I did
Okay.
water changes every 3 days, so not a lot is evaporating. I did frequent water changes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
So
doing on
snails
these.
will
Because
live
they're so
like
small.
with that. Some plants have got a hard time with it, but you know, there are some that do well with salt too.
Yeah. Well, what have I got? I've got water wisteria and I've got hornwort. That's it.
If you can come across certain types of water sprite, that is a good one.
I've been looking.
Okay.
I've got
Because
to go down to my awesome LFS that has a saltwater section and everything. They have a bigger selection of plants. I just haven't been down there.
water
Um,
water lettuce is like and water sprite you can float. And the roots protect the babies rather than like a clump, right? So
yeah.
I preferred that plant when I was keeping guppies in Calgary because
I have been looking, and it's been harder for me. Some places have different names for the plants. So, like, you guys call it hornwort, but it's labeled as something else here. So I just have to go look around and then do my research and then go back and buy.
that's the major problem with common names.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a person's nickname, right? I have 8 of them. Okay. So you could like even my real name is sort of like a nickname, what I go by with friends. So, it's like oh really? Well, how many of those do we have? Like look at around how many Dans are around. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's just say the Dan's got another nickname and another nickname. Common names are not a very accurate way of identifying fish.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Ian?
Sorry, I was taking care of something. What was that?
I said common names are not really a good way of identifying fish and plants. I'm adding the plants part now into it.
Yeah, scientific names or Latin names they're the same thing, but they're
more accurate.
They're more accurate and they're universally the same.
Exactly.
There you go.
Town to city. Yeah.
Yeah. Like in Canada, they're gonna have Hygrophila pinnatophyta, and in America, we're gonna have Hygrophila pinnatophyta. But that's the scientific name. Over here, it might be called, I don't know what the common name for it is, like green something.
I can give the perfect example to her. Okay? You know a bird down in Australia by the name of budgiegars?
Budgerigar, yep.
Okay.
We just call them budgies.
Us Canadians and you Australians call them budgies. The Americans call them American parakeets.
Yeah.
Get a load of that one. Get
I
a
was
hold
talking
of
to
that
Danny
one.
Leshy about that.
Yeah, get a
My
hold of that one.
my cousin keeps budgies, and she calls them budgies,
Yeah.
but she's kind of on the coast of Washington, so I mean she's in America.
Yeah, but a lot of Americans call them American parakeets, like Bob Kaler and Danny Weech. They call them American parakeets. They're not wrong. It's one of the common names for them. But we
Yeah.
know them as budgies, like after the rock band. Budgie, you know.
So IHSP's got me thinking about scientific names for plants. I should be okay, IHSP. Like I said, I go down to my LFSs and look around, and if I see something that I like, then I go home and research. Because you guys will say different names for plants. I need to know that they're the same plant, or whether the LFS is labeling them wrong, or
Oh, that occurs all the time wrong.
yeah.
Oh, it's like, oh. Like, don't ask me to identify a plant. Really, don't ask me that question. I know very, very little about plants, but the ones that I do know about, I do know about. I know.
I ended up. Sorry.
I know a lot about Valsneria. Okay, because it grows very well in high carbonate water, and carbonates are a part of hard water. So, of course, to the average starting aquarist, Valsneria is the number one plant that's like told to the beginner aquarist to start off with. I had beds of the stuff. Like,
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it. I just haven't seen it here yet. It took me ages to figure out what hornwort was, and I managed to find it. They finally had it at my LFS, so I bought some.
And I do.
When I bought my water wisteria, it ended up with a species, Utricularia. So one of the, I don't know, fry killer type plants.
Yeah. This is right up Chubbs's alley. You know Chubbs, right?
Yeah, he was
He
just
does
here.
a lot of plant study.
Yeah, Utricularia is a carnivorous plant.
Yeah. Yeah, humped bladderwort.
But it shouldn't go after guppy fry though. Guppy fry are too big. It's going to compete those guppy fry for any microfoods and microfauna in your tank.
Yeah. I mean, it grew like crazy, and I ended up picking it out because I panicked when I first had the guppy fry, thinking, oh no, they're going to get tangled up in it and die.
Have you tried Val?
No.
Try a corkscrew Val, or one of the smaller Val species. Like the jungle Val has got its name because it grows very tall. Okay, it's a big tank.
Yeah.
But some of your dwarf Sagittario is a good plant to start off with too.
I'm looking for guppy grass as well.
You better watch what comes in on guppy grass.
Yeah.
It can carry spores of the notorious hair grass.
Ah.
Okay. And we all know what happened to Terry's tanks.
Yeah. Very true.
If you're going to get guppy grass, you're gonna keep it quarantined for a while to make sure there's no
Make
other
sure.
spores, and don't spread it out to every tank in the house.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a learning curve for you. Okay.
It sure was.
Meanwhile, if he had a Labiotropheus full of Bornei, those tanks would be cleaned in no time.
Yeah.
A breeding group of those fish, they're looking for algae on rocks.
Yeah.
Be the fish, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
If I see that the bladderwort popping back up, though, I'm just going to leave it. I think I thought it was really cool. It was growing really well.
But that is my suggestion. Dwarf sag would look good in a 10-gallon tank, and it's a planted plant, okay? It's not a floating plant, it's a planted plant. It's kind of a relative of Valsneria.
Which plant was that?
Dwarf sag,
Oh yeah, dwarf sage.
yeah,
That's a good plant.
yes. And it doesn't grow, it won't outgrow a 10-gallon tank like a lot of your Valsneria would.
No, if you blast that plant with light, it'll carpet and it'll stay short. But if
Yeah,
it's in low light, it'll grow pretty tall.
yeah. Yeah, you got to watch it, but it's more of a shorter strain than your jungle Valsneria that reaches 3 feet high.
Oh, my jungle val easily. I have it in my 55, and it reaches from one end to the tank where it's planted, and the leaves go up and all the way to the end of
Yeah,
a 4 foot.
yeah, generally three
And
feet high. It's like it's ridiculous. Like like that's why I stayed away from it from my 240. I knew that it wasn't going to be bigger than that. I went with another strain that was a river strain, but I would have loved to have had the strain of Valsteria that is found in Lake Malawi.
that would be cool. And do like
Yes,
a Lake Malawi biotope with
yes,
the plants
yes. Hard to
and
come
whatnot.
by, not readily available in the hobby. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So you have to do
Everything.
the second best.
Yeah.
So I was recommended this type of plant by Dr. Norton, and I went with it. She said, "This is affordable. You can afford it. By the time that you get the Malawi plant, it would cost you X amount of dollars, which was ludicrous. It was something like
Yeah.
$60 back in the 70s. So, and you don't see it in the hobby today. Like, it's ridiculous. And why? Like it's a plant. It's a nice plant. So, of course, people that like the Rift Valley cichlids don't realize a lot about the plants in that lake either, right?
Yeah.
That is a
Yeah.
big lake, and the haps, like the Malawian eye biter, loves hanging out in Valsneria beds, waiting for its prey to enter in.
Oh, dude, we had a like a 2.5 inch eye biter at the store we were selling. He was cool. And
Store that I worked at, we had an 8-inch female eye biter
oh,
that was
wow, that's a big
beautiful.
guy.
It was shockingly beautiful. Like I wanted to take it home so much, but I couldn't find a male. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I've just got to duck off really quickly and make a phone call to my real estate, and I will come back up and chat.
Okay.
I'll
Sounds
be
good,
back
Adele.
as soon as I can.
So, are there any other plants that come out of Lake Malawi, or is it just the Balasneria?
From the research I've done, it's pretty plant specific to Valsneria in both of the lakes. Lake Victoria, I'm not too sure of, and that's how come I'm pleased as punch to be introduced to my friend from Kenya.
Yeah, I looked into that guy's channel. I
Yeah.
like him. You know, like
Oh, he's a
he
great
gets like
guy too.
he gets like the kids involved, and they're all helping, and
Exactly. Let's go and have a party over in Africa.
yeah,
Like,
and he got like a production value. I mean, it's obviously a low budget, but he's doing what he can, and it looks awesome.
well, he fills in what he knows, and then I said, well, I can fill in a little bit of information too, dealing with the catfish from over here and help educate the people too. Like he has I believe the Clarius from the writings that I've been reading on Planet Catfish. The fish originated down in South Africa and was introduced to parts of Africa. So it could very well be kind of like an invasive feral species. Whereas the loach catfish, okay, come from all of the various different river systems, but I couldn't find that particular species because all that I'm given is the river, and here's a loach catfish. Do you know how many genera are in that family? Like there's something like 8 or 10 genera alone, if not more. You know, it's like too hard to look up on just knowing those two things. But it grows to 2 feet long, at least, because he caught the fish and is by a ruler and is like 23 inches long. How many fish tanks can handle that fish? You know, you gotta be like the specialist that wants to be a specialist in monster fish and have the correct kind of equipment to look after that. Right? Not a big fish of interest of mine because it's so big. Right? Like,
yeah,
I want a big tank full of little fish, not a big tank with just one fish. That's just my point of view.
Right.
If I had my way, I'd have an 8-foot tank full of neons.
That would be a cool.
I'd
tank.
have like a massive colony of like neons or cardinals or whatever. Oh no, cardinals are a bit bigger than neons. I'd just have neons. Plant it out, scape it out, make it look really pretty.
My 8-foot tank would be fish of the Congo River, but it would involve the smallest marmoset or elephant nose fish.
Oh.
Fish would have to be smaller than that featured fish. And the ones that are known of when I had my discussion with Ted Judy were not readily in the hobby, so we decided to take the elephant nose fish and drag it over from the Niger River and put it in the the Congo biotope because it's more readily available. Mm-hmm. So you're talking about 5 of those fish in a 240-gallon tank, but you're also talking about tetras. The tetras of the Congo River are beautiful.
Yeah.
I saw the ones that Dan's Fish got in, and they look really cool. I didn't know there were so many different tetras in the Congo. I thought it was only
It's crazy, isn't it?
South America.
There's tetras in every river system in Africa.
Well, I guess that makes sense. The two countries.
Family, like the big Goliath tigerfish is a tetra. It's related to them. Okay.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that. That's hilarious.
Are related to tetras too.
Wow.
Okay, so is the vampire tetra, which is
That's
probably
awesome.
the coolest fish ever. You know, it's
Oh, yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like it's like knowing the fish of a certain area. Like I've been in public aquariums ever since I was 6 years old. Oh wow! Look at that fish! Look at that fish! Oh, they're all from the same river. Cool.
Yeah.
Can I do
Awesome.
something like this at home? Yes, sure. Some rivers are a lot more harder than others. So
Yep.
some rivers are a lot
Flash
harder.
tetra. What's that?
You know. But there's 3 major river systems in West Africa: the Niger, the Zambezi, and the Congo.
I think I'm gonna have to agree with Chalupa here. Splash tetras are the coolest tetra.
Yeah. Okay.
Candy cane is beautiful. The black
Oh, they're
fan
cute.
is also beautiful.
I love that
They are
dorsal
beautiful,
fin.
but the behavior of a splash tetra, they'll when in breeding, they'll jump up on a leaf and lay their eggs on a leaf.
Yeah, they've got a very,
And,
very
Oh
short-
wow.
yeah.
And they'll stay
That's
there
so
and
cool.
splash the leaf with water to keep the eggs wet
Yeah.
until they hatch, and then they just swim off and do their thing.
Well, do you know how
Wow.
mudskippers breed?
I believe they breed in the mud.
Yes, they come out on land. They're like an amphibian, okay? They come out on land, but opposite. They come out on land to lay their eggs. They're sort of reptilian in a way, sort of like a turtle, right?
Yeah.
And then go back to the water. Well, how does the eggs go from the water, get from the mud to the water? The tide.
Yep.
So you have to set up an aquarium that will give you a tide for them to naturally get into the mood of spawning. Kind of get that idea?
Yeah, and that's very difficult to replicate.
I've seen it done.
Really?
I've seen it done with plecos.
Oh wow.
Where it goes from one end of a sump system that pours the water in, which makes the tank tilt a certain way, right? And then
Yeah, I
it
think
goes
I've seen
the
this
other
one.
other way to have it go tilt the other way. And meanwhile, a nice Xingu River pleco like a gold nugget is in that tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's just chilling there right in the middle of the flow.
Yeah, right in the middle of all of that water movement.
Yeah. And he's just sitting there. I remember I saw that tank on the internet
Yeah,
with that
that's
pleco.
the one that I'm referring to.
Yeah.
So it
That's
would
crazy.
that kind of similar design to even kind of get them to get the idea that there's a beach up there.
Yeah.
Go lay your eggs, and you would have to time the swing of that motion of creating the waves so that they can lay their eggs in that amount of time, and then when the water comes back to take the eggs out. But how long do the eggs remain in the mud is the real question. And that I don't know. Ask an Aussie and you'll get kind of the idea, because there are guys in Australia that go out and watch the big mud skippers. You know the ones I'm talking about, right, Adele?
Yeah, I think we've spoken about mud skippers.
Yeah, yeah.
With GRB, I think.
Yes. Yes, well, the guitar player of the Jack Dalton band is from Perth, and he's personally has witnessed it, right? And it blows your mind away that a guitar player that's not known to, like be around fish is telling you stuff about mud skippers.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the singer in his band is a marine biologist, and he's poking fun at the ironic kind of statements like, "Hey, let's rock, fish." It's like that's the kind of line that you expect out of the guitar player that is there for the fun and games. But he educated me more about fish than a marine biologist did on that interview.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, talk to the guitar player. He knows about mud skippers.
Well, I suppose everyone has hobbies.
Yeah. Well, Graham is like a nature nut. Okay,
Yeah.
so it was really a different kind of atmosphere, because there you are interviewing, like, Graham Greene is like Joe Satriani guitar player. Like, he's God gifted, like virtuoso Joe Satriani type of guitar player.
Yeah.
You're expecting to talk music with a guy like that, not fish.
Can you imagine how sick of talking about music he is?
Exactly. And that's what we were both getting off
And, if you're on a tour bus for, 12 hours a day.
Meanwhile, the marine biologist is wanting to talk about music.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, oh, really? Okay, let's rock fish. And how many fish are actually named after an instrument? There's the banjo catfish that I know of.
Yeah, I know the banjo cat.
Yeah.
Don't forget the drum.
And then there's the old joke of you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish.
Oh, that's a nasty looking spider. I'm gonna stomp on it.
Ew, spider.
Oh, he ran away.
The trumpet fish.
Yep. Yep. It's actually quite interesting. You can start your own band. You got a trumpet fish, you got a banjo fish.
Violin fish.
Yep.
Sorry, I had to Google this because it got me curious.
But it's actually quite interesting. So, like, we sort of turned it around in that kind of play too. Like,
yeah.
Graham, I've known for years. I met him through a lead singer that passed away. And Graham is a great guy. He's one of my buddies down in Australia. And he won like one of the top instrumental guitar playing albums that year at the Star Music Awards in LA. That's how I know him.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was introduced to him by the people that I was representing. Okay, and I got to meet, like, they know that I'm into guitar players. Okay, and they go, "You got to check this guy out. He sounds like Joe Satriani." Oh, okay. Oh, he is a real player. And his wife is an amazing, amazing singer. She sounds like Ann Wilson of Heart, similar to
wondering if that's the same person. You sent me a link on one of my streams
Yeah.
to a guitarist.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, right. He does. He does sound like Satriani.
Yes. Very
Yeah.
cool. Very cool player. Like, he's talented, okay?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, it's like I'm learning how to play guitar, okay? And these guys are excited for me
Yeah.
because they're going, you can learn how to play like a campfire guitar player quite easily. You
Yeah.
can write quite easily. We don't expect you to be like us. Come on, these guys have been playing 50 odd years, some of them.
Yeah.
It's
Guys like that hardly ever have a moment where they don't have a guitar in their hand.
exactly.
They're always playing, even when they're not playing up on stage. Like I've known plenty of musicians that they've always got their guitar handy. It's always within arm's reach.
Yep, mine is
Yeah, mine used to be.
right beside me. And I'm just a campfire guitar player.
Oh, I'm not even that.
So it's like it's like when you get to sit down and meet some of these people, you begin to understand that the other side of knowledge of life that they have. Graham is really into nature. I'm really into like the
Oh, that is another one, Alan. Lyre Tales.
yes.
I just noticed that. Sorry, Alan.
I'm into the Aboriginal music of Australia.
Oh yeah, some of their music is amazing.
Exactly.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
Well, their music is their way of storytelling.
Yes.
So I don't understand a word of it because it's usually in their native language, which there are so many different, like for each area there is a new like specific language for whichever group of indigenous people. I've actually got a friend of mine in Melbourne is an indigenous man. He's actually gone back to university, but he's part of a project to help map the linguistics of each tribal community because due to drug and alcohol use and the influence of white people, these people are losing their language. Yeah.
Of Canada
Similar.
and the United States. That's
Yeah.
what my music as an acoustic player actually really is my influence with nature.
It's been really cool kind of hearing about his studies and how he's been visiting some of these remote areas and speaking to the elders to document the language before it becomes dead.
Oh, I agree.
And sort of his works in how many languages are already dead because there was no one to pass them on to.
And that's what they're afraid of in Canada too.
Yeah.
Like hardly anybody speaks Sioux anymore. Okay, and the Sioux are from basically both Canada and the United States.
Oh, okay.
And the Sioux okay, are you familiar with Custer and the Little Bighorn?
A little, yeah.
Okay, the Sioux tribe was part of that, but they were also part of the Blackfoot kind of people as well. The Blackfoot were not really involved in that war, although there are tribes down there that were. But the Canadian side of the Blackfoot put up Sitting Bull, one of the Sioux leaders. He came up to Canada to live.
Yeah. So it's more like regional dialect IHSP. But so I'm trying to think of a way to explain it. It would be like regional dialect with specific differences distinct for each region. However, overall, they can all kind of communicate like African languages.
Right.
So there, with a few of the
Native North American languages.
Yeah, so there's similarities, but a lot of regional specific language as well.
As well.
That's the best I can do. I don't know how else to describe it, because they're all kind of quite distinct, region to region.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. That's the best thing you can do.
Yeah, that's the best I can think of.
What you're saying, because I've looked into that group, right? Like my friend came from Townsville, like.
Yeah, that's a couple of hours north of me.
Yeah, so she used to live in Alice Springs. Do you know where that is?
Mm-hmm.
That's where she lived when she first got married.
I was born in Darwin, so I'm a Northern Territorian at heart. It's quite strange, really. Everyone that's born in the Northern Territory seems to be a little different to everyone else, and I think that we, as Australians, we kind of consider the Northern Territory the heart of the country. So places like Uluru, or Ayers Rock as it's also known, the Kimberley, Alice Springs, the spiritual heart of Australia, of the country, is kind of in the Northern Territory.
Yeah.
So I think being born there gives me, I don't know, I feel different. I can relate a lot to a lot of the Indigenous people and how they feel about this country. Because to me, it's a spiritual experience when I get to go out and experience nature.
So have you ever traced your roots back to the British Isles?
Not specifically. All I really know is that my mum's side of the family is Irish. My dad's is Scottish.
Oh, isn't that interesting?
My father has an English last name.
Yes.
That's about as much as I kind of know specifically. It's been quite hard. I never really got to talk in depth with my parents about my lineage, my heritage. So I'm kind of all over the place. My parents were born in New Zealand, and I was born here in Australia. Yeah. So I'm first generation Australian.
When did your family settle in Australia?
So my parents moved over here, I'm guessing, when they were young, so after they were married.
Oh, so you're not a long-term resident of Australia then?
I was born here in Australia, so my parents came over about 20 years before I was born.
Okay, so you're like a first-generation Australian. F1
yeah, exactly.
Australia, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting into your history, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my parents were born in New Zealand, and that's about as much as I know. I don't know whether my grandparents were born there or whether they travelled to New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking that maybe at least my dad's parents might have been born in New Zealand. But he never really told me very much at all about his family history. That's obviously a very painful subject for him. His mum passed away when he was about 14, from what he told me, from a boating accident.
So you're F1 and I am F2 in a generation. Okay. And now this is an interesting story if you like history.
Okay.
Okay. Do you like things that like disasters at sea?
Some of them are quite interesting.
How about the Titanic?
Oh, that's a that's a bit of a dead horse, isn't it? There's so many theories about that.
Well, I don't want to hear about the theories, but my great uncle was on that boat.
Oh wow.
Okay, like
Is it, so the Titanic is kind of like I hear a lot of references to the Mayflower as well. It seems to be a very similar sort of historical event.
yeah, it's all the conspiracies involving the Mayflower and the Titanic that's all about. But I'm just talking about the disaster in 1912.
Yeah.
My great uncle died in that. I never knew
Yeah.
him. Okay, like it was my grandmother's brother on my mother's side. Like you, my mother is affected by Irish, and she was affected by being Scottish.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was like my grandfather was Scottish and Irish, and my grandmother was pure 1000% Scottish. Okay, and so that side of the history I know very, very well. I've done a lot of like research on what caused my uncle's death.
Okay.
Okay, like I found the story fascinating when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Okay, and like that very year they built a bridge here in my town that they're planning on destroying. The song that Led Zeppelin is singing about, where is that swear word, God swear word bridge? Well, I found it. It's in Trail. Come and rescue history because they're going to tear it down.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. It opened,
All in the name of progress too, I bet.
yeah, instead they built this big walkway bridge without thinking what happens if there's a disaster on the only bridge in town.
Yeah.
Hmm. Where's the traffic going to go then?
Yeah. It seems they don't always think about that.
Yeah, yeah. Like, just in theory, you could blow up the bridge and rob the bank, and the law wouldn't be able to get you from the other side of the bridge.
Hmm.
Just a thought, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually made me think, Chalupa. A few years ago now, but my mum's sister, my mum's older sister, um, sent me some large sheets. I think it was around my 30th birthday. Sends me these sheets, and she'd actually done up a big family tree of my mum's side of the family. So all of my cousins, my aunties and uncles, my grandmother and grandfather, my grandmother's brother. So this whole kind of family tree of the last couple of generations.
Are you grand uncle already, Chalupa? God, I feel old.
A grand uncle.
Like a grand nephew.
And you're only 34, Chalupa. How are you a grand uncle?
Oh, that's easy to do. I've been a
I don't
grand
want to think about
uncle
that.
for quite a while, actually. I was an uncle at the age of 12. When you
Oh
have
yeah, true. If you have older siblings, yeah.
as older sisters that get married when they're young
Yep.
and have
Yeah.
kids, it makes you be an uncle real quick.
Yeah.
And when they have kids real quick, it makes you a granduncle real quick. Well, now I am becoming a great granduncle. Can you picture this?
Oh, hence the 1 day part. Okay.
It's like, like I could be a great grandfather at my age.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, it is possible.
Yeah.
I was just. He said 1 day, so okay. He's not a great uncle yet.
Yeah.
I've been an uncle since I was like 14. My sister's like 30. She has 2 kids.
Yeah.
My sister is like 71 years of age. She's been a grandmother twice. I have a great grandniece and I have a great grandnephew. Okay? Like my oldest nephew had kids really
Yeah.
early. Like, why did you have to make me old that early? Like, do you want okay, to give you an idea of what I looked like when I was younger, even my nephew even said that, and I was even mistaken identity for him at a concert that they put on with Motley Crue that we were invited to. Me not thinking, why am I wearing this British flag T-shirt? I looked when Joe, what's his name, the lead singer of Def Leppard, was really young. I look like him.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Now, can you imagine if the friend that you hang out with looks like Tommy Lee? It's double trouble.
Oh, gosh.
It's double the trouble.
Oh, great.
Like, geez. No, I don't want to be a rock star. I mean, no way. Trying to get away from it all.
Yeah.
Like
Oh.
fans are nuts, man. I remember I remember being in the room right across from the lead singer of Kit Axe, okay? Okay, he was like the heartthrob of young girls, right? These two girls came up the stairs in the North Center Inn in Calgary, and they're going, "Oh, we heard Kit Axe was in here." Of course, I'm walking out with my Kit Axe T-shirt on. Even I got a scream, but not like the lead singer did. He actually had a girl pass out, which I only saw with the Beatles. Like, can you imagine that? It's like, I've seen this before. I've seen this movie before, but it isn't happening to me before.
Yeah.
Then it was happening to me, and I'm just like astounded by it.
Yeah.
Because it's like your two identities.
Yeah.
Even just being working for the band, your two identities.
Yeah.
Like, I would much rather hang out in a public aquarium during the daytime.
Yeah, no argument here. I would too.
Yeah. Have a few beers, party, wake up at around like 10 o'clock and go and bike ride down to the public aquarium and hang out with your cousin. That's what I did in Vancouver. Hang out with my cousin and watch the orca. Lots of fun.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. That's what I did in the 80s when I lived in Vancouver. Nowadays, I wouldn't want to ever live in Vancouver. Too much high population. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now. It's like, really? I don't want.
Kind of everywhere now, though.
Yeah, it's all the major cities.
Mm.
You know, and where are all the poor people going to the big cities because of the fact there's no work outside in the country.
Yeah.
Like they brought it on,
Uh,
society brought it on by themselves.
Our problem here is that in the regional areas, so due to drought, flooding, natural disasters, our farming areas are just becoming barren.
Yeah.
So, our farming communities are being torn apart. They're having to move closer to the cities to get work. So we're kind of being forced into these populated areas.
Yeah.
Where I'd much rather live out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, that's basically where I am, but I don't need a smelter in the area. So I want to go and live on the island in Vancouver and go out and be on the beach around nobody. Like I've seen enough people in my lifetime. I've been at concerts with over 40,000 to 50,000 people.
Yeah.
Like I've seen enough. People? Yeah, okay.
It's already happened here in Australia. Yeah, I know. I won't ever move to a city. My town focus on So I'm in the outskirts of like Brisbane, so I'm between Brisbane and the Sunshine Coast. And even living here, it's just busy. I don't like people, so I rarely leave home unless I absolutely have to.
Yeah, well, my friend is staying outside of Toronto, and she goes, "You're not living in the big centers anymore, are you?" And I went, "No."
Once I'm able to get my license, I'm actually going to look at moving further out.
Yeah.
I'm sick of it.
Yep.
Once I'm able to drive on my own, that's it. I'm out of here.
Try living in Portland.
I actually want to buy an RV and just
Portland
work from home.
got really ugly during the election time period, man.
It got ugly. So before I left to Arizona, Portland was cool, and homeless was not much of a problem.
Yep.
And then I go to Arizona for 5 years, come back, and everything's just trash. Homeless is everywhere. Schooling.
Well, that's due to the system.
Yeah.
That's due to the economics in the system. It's happening all over the world, man. The homeless are either mentally challenged, okay, or have got health issues first off. And then you got to play with the addictions that they have. And some of those addictions are pretty scary.
They are.
Okay. I ended up being in a homeless shelter for a year due to a fire. Okay. So, and I'm a cripple. And it taints you big time.
Yeah. Yeah. We have, when I was living in Melbourne, the readily available information was that on any given night there were above, in numbers upwards of 22,000 people on the street on any given night. That kind of stopped. So the police ended up giving move-on orders, so they've chased everyone out of the city instead of actually focusing on these community groups and support organizations to help these people.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same story all over.
Especially like the people with the mental health and drug addiction and all of these problems that can be helped.
Well,
Um,
let's put it to you this way, okay? Have you ever heard of Charles Manson?
yeah,
There is a very, very interesting interview with him that happened, I would say, in about the late 70s, where he said, he said, how can the interviewer went through like, how can we help the people in prison when they are not worthy of help? Well, that is a breakdown of your society that happened to those people when they were kids.
yeah,
Like, really.
yeah,
Like, and, you know, and for some of us have brain injuries
yeah,
where we can't work because we suffer from seizures and all of those kind of things. I went through
yeah,
this, right? Just to say, like, I use pot to prevent my seizures, which I was doing under the table with my neurologist as a test anyhow for a long time. He goes, I don't see you quite as much. Why? I don't have many seizures. What are you doing? Smoking pot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, I fully agree with cannabis and its healing abilities with seizures.
Yeah.
yeah,
My little brother gets them, and you know he doesn't get THC, but he gets CBD, the
Yeah.
spray nozzle.
Yeah.
And if he's having a seizure, we'll give him the CBD spray, and it's gone in a minute.
yeah.
Yeah. It depends on the type of
There's
seizures that you
yeah,
have. Mine is
there's
from
enough proof out there that it's able to help people.
Mine is
Um,
from a concussion. Mine is not from epilepsy. Mine is from brain injury. So the THC lights up my brain for me to think properly at
yeah,
the same time.
yeah,
Right.
On those other drugs, I'm a dummy.
yeah,
Yeah. They were giving him this other meds, and it was really hurting his liver. So
yeah. A
stopped
lot
taking.
of the man-made pharmaceutical drugs do that. Get
So
man-made chemicals.
does that make me a drug user in your eyes from the aspect of a homeless person? No.
No.
I am medically prescribed.
Yeah, that's slightly different.
Yes.
Although in a country like Australia, it's not legal here.
Yeah.
So yes, you are considered a drug user.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
extremely difficult to get on the medicinal.
I'm a beer drinker.
Mm.
Like my agreement when I was in the homeless shelter, they knew I needed help, but some of the people in there needed help. And they knew I knew a guy in there that was full blown alcoholic.
Yeah.
And I was told by his social worker, you're allowed to come back with alcohol in your breath to the shelter. You have to look after him. I don't want him drinking Lysol. You can spend this amount of money on beer. Go and have a good time. Do you see what? Because getting off of alcohol is like getting off of heroin.
It is.
Okay? Yeah. One of my mentors died of alcohol. Several musicians have died of alcohol. I don't I don't drink to get hammered. I drink to have fun.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. I'm drinking to have a good time.
Exactly.
that's it.
So I have my 6 beer, and that's me. And I
I
don't
don't even do that.
share my 6 beer with a friend, especially if he's going to use Lysol. Not happening. Not on my watch. Because that type of alcohol kills very quickly.
Yeah.
He's now dead because I left the shelter, right? Nobody was looking after him. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you have to deal with in that and not become depressed about it
Yeah.
and not have it affect you. Well, it affected me.
Well,
Of course.
I
Like
hate
you
to do
wouldn't
this
be
to you.
even if it didn't affect you in some way.
Yeah,
You know, like I've had friends the same. I've had friends die from overdoses. I've had to sit there and watch my alcoholic friends, you know, get their fix, and
I have
then
clinical depression. So you can imagine what it did to me.
yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna end this at the 5 hour mark.
Oh
Not
my
right now.
gosh,
We got a few minutes.
you've
But
been going for so long.
yeah,
Well,
I think I've been going pretty long.
it's
You've
good
done all
for
right, man.
his watch time.
Yeah, it's been a
Yeah.
good watch time.
321 subscribers. He deserves more. He's one of my buddies, actually.
Right.
You know, Ian and I are buddies, right?
Yeah.
Buddy.
You know,
Buddy.
he's like a kid that comes over and hangs out in your fish room, okay? You
Oh
know,
my
Do
god.
that too,
I wish I could just go and hang out in some of you guys' fish rooms. Oh my god.
I don't have a
I'd never
fish.
leave.
I don't have a fish room, but I know some things about fish.
You know a great deal about fish.
Yeah.
Some things. I know some things about fish. You know a great deal.
Well, some of
Professor Chewy.
my ideas get questioned, but I have a good saying. This
Yeah.
information came from this person.
Yeah.
Now, who are you going to trust more? The guy who, like, per se, is the head of Project Piava that runs the Rio Negro, basically, the operations there,
Yeah.
or a hobbyist?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's been lovely. Thanks for having me up on your stream, Ian. It's been nice to
Yeah, no problem,
nice to
bro.
meet you.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going
great.
to I'm gonna hop down here and let you say goodbye and close it out.
Yes,
Great
and
to
I'm
talk
going
to you,
to do
Chewy.
this again. And it was great talking to you once again, Adele, because I like
Always.
things about Australia. And that's how come I have Australian friends, right?
Right?
So I learned something from each and every member of the fish family, actually. You never stop learning. Anyhow, Ian, thank you for being a guest on that other stream. And I hope it pans out to more subs for you because you definitely deserve it.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Chewy.
Yeah.
You take care, man.
Yeah,
I'll see
I
you around.
will. Thanks for letting me up twice.
Oh, no problem, man. Anytime. All right, guys. I think that's gonna be it. 5 hours. That's a long one. Anyone watching the replay on this, I give you a clap because this is certainly a long one, but it's been really fun talking with Chewy and Nathan. And Derek was up for a little bit, and we got to talk with Adele. It was all great having all of you guys up, and every one of you lurking and watching. I really appreciate it, and I will see you guys in some other live stream or some other video. Peace out.